besides this is obviously going to be. If you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Away, the tail light is well intact. And all of that is not going to hold on.
Elvis has left the building. It's done. Hey chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. El Chatty, don't be afraid to have an opinion in this chat. The minute you let the trolls under your skin, the mods will come in and make it better. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. You're not welcome in El Chatty. El Chatty will make you go fuck yourself. Don't come in here and troll Sean El Hefe. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, ladies, spread out your legs and put them well in the air. Judge White wants to spread them nice and wide for his pleasure, the dirty old man. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, chat, let's go, El Chatty, let's do it. Dana's the Speedo man. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana loves Speedo. He loves his Speedo. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet, Dana and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. Oh, oh. See you in Boston, boys.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Yo, yo, yo. How we doing, people? How we doing? I hope you like the new song. Hey, Jonathan. Oh, shit, my mic. Hang on. My mic. Jonathan. Oh, shit. Hang on. I was listening to the songs too much. I don't know if that's going to stay there, but if not. Hey, Jonathan, do you like my new mod song? Jonathan's not heard it yet, so hang on. Let me play the mod song for Jonathan. Bear with me, people. Mod song, Jonathan, just for you, my friend. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Josie and Murph's turf, they aren't so lovely. Fuck about and find out. I am joking, they're lovely. Erin Hack on a bus, Erin Hack on a yellow bus. On the way to work, Erin Hack's on a bus. Then we got Hens for Yall is also lovely. She's from Kentucky. Then we got Mexi Texi, she's quite spicy. She's from Mexico, but she's not from Mexico. Jonathan, he is a tool, but he's our little tool. I love Jonathan, and his wife says he's got a big tool. There you go, Jonathan. You hadn't heard that before, had you? So I thought I'd play that for you. Hello, everybody. Dennis Sweeney last night says, hope you enjoy your Sunday. Happy days, Den. Hope you're well. Much love to Brenda. Dumpster Juice, you grumpy mother mofo. Off. Look at that, all floppy. What's going on? Why is this gone all floppy on me today? I don't normally have this issue. Oh, it's gone again. Hang on. Hey, ladies. Hey, fellas. Let's get this all... Right, you going to stay now, you mofo? Are you going to stay? No, you're not going to stay, are you? Hang on, what's this doing? Hang on, let me just tighten the nuts. Hey, let's tighten the nuts, ladies, shall we? Why won't that tighten there then? Right, that'll do for now, I think. The nuts are tightened. It's no longer floppy. It's hard. It's there. It's good. Should be good. Morning, Robin. How are you doing, my darling? Dumpster Juice is happy. Well, she should be happy because we're playing Dumpster Juice stuff today. People that don't know, Dumpster Juice was having a party, so we're now playing Wade Wilson today. It's going to be like a 12-hour stream today, I think. Freaking Nora. Yeah, Trucker, good morning, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. DNS, how are you doing, Bev? Hope you're well. Deb, look at Deb, one of my favourites. Here she is. How are you doing, Deb? Hope you're well, my darling. Sassy Bartender. Hey, Sassy, I got that up. Thank you so much again. I know I got the duck, the Canton salute. I just need to get a t-shirt on. Spacey Stacy, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you as always. Christine, how are we? Fortunato, how are we? Zach, hello to you as well from Essex, mate. How's it going? Disney Queen, hello, my darling. In and out today. Oh, it's all about being in and out. Shake it all about. Dana Leonard, how are we, fella? Hope you like the new song. Check it in for proof. There she is. Still in bed. Look at her. Amy, my darling, how are you? Nice to see you, Amy. Lovely as always to see you, my darling. Morning from the Disney Queen to Dana. Tracy Violet, hello, my darling. How are you? It's always lovely to see you, my darling. Best way to start the day. There you go. Hey, John. Jumped on just in time for Hey Jude. Loving it. Hey Dennis, do you like your encore, your song? Dennis, I hope you realised that song was for you and Dana. Good morning, Crystal. How we doing, my darling? Here we go. Maureen. Oh, hello, Maureen. How's it in Mexico? I've not seen you for ages, Maureen. How are you doing, my darling? Pippi, hello to you, my darling. New song, yes. I did still it now. So I thought about Dana and Dennis, so I had to do it. Watching TV. No worries, Christy, my darling. Nice to see you as always. So as you all know, I was supposed to attend a trial with one of my clients who's a defense attorney. Well, one of the local true crimes, not bestie anymore, and told them it was unfair for me to sit in it. One of the local true crimes, not bestie anymore, told them it was unfair for me. Oh no, that's crap. Dana, I'm driving and almost went off the road. Is this the Dana and Dennis representatives? It is, Heather. Hey, potty mouth, what the hell are you doing up so early in the morning? You pissed the bed or what? Another family child-friendly YouTube program. Oh, I'm sorry, Gitmo. I'm sorry. I think you get what you get on this stream from now on. If you got children, hide them. Do you remember who was it that who was watching here? They had the children watching, and me and Sean were on, and Sean kept saying mofos, and the child came running downstairs and asked the mother, "Hey mother, where's my pancakes, mofo?" Like the child didn't have a clue what mofo meant, but that was hilarious. I love it. Hey, Amy in Boston. Thanks, Job. Oh, I need to pin that, don't I? Sugar and spice, all things nice. Hang on, where are you on this board now? Oh, pin it, put a pin in it. There you go, done. There you go. Thank you, everybody. Remember the like button. Little Irish girl, hello to you, my darling. Not seen you for ages. Hope you're doing well. Top of the morning to you. Slauncher, how are we? Feel the link spam. Take a shot every time the land's sworn already. I'm not. Oh, that's pre-recorded. Pre-recorded, Zach. I want to try the defense table, so I can't go now. Today is jury selection, and I may try and go to courthouse later today. I'm infuriated with someone who is jealous. Oh, that's a pain in the ass, isn't it? That's not good. I know you're looking forward to that as well. Yeah, got you. Thank you, little Irish girl. Lisa Reed. I was so delusional, I think, on Friday, because we'd done like a 10-hour stream and it'd been a long week. I was like, where's Lauren Reed? I said, no, Lauren, it's fucking Lisa. And I was calling someone else, something that I don't know what I was doing. Hello, Lisa, my darling. Nice to see you as always. Jonathan. Typical. Jumps the juice for proof. She just changed her profile. Look at that profile. That's what she said, Dilly. Hey, you get it. You've been here too long, potty mouth. Morning. Hey, Patty. I'm so sleepy today. Hoping listening to you will get me to wake up or make you sleep, Patty. It might make you sleep even more. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Crystal. This case you're going over is wild. Wild thing. You make my song sing. You make everything Amy. Wild thing. I didn't watch the trial, but I would recap it. I'm glad you did go. Well, I'm going over it pretty much all in one day. And I think tomorrow morning we'll do the sentencing. So at 9 o'clock now, I will be playing 9 o'clock just for people to know. I'm playing a 10-minute video about Judge Boyd because we have got a verdict in the sentencing. And after that, we're on. 1, 2, 3, let's fucking go. We're on to Wade, and it's Wade Town all the way. All day today, Amy, my darling. You're not stroking it properly, Delan. I know. I need practice. Maybe you should use a Plevin dick mic. I can imagine, Crystal. Fall is coming in hard past 2 days. I have to turn the AC off because cold. Well, I'm boiling today. I can imagine. Where the tea when I will. I need to message him actually. I'm going to try and get him on. Probably not next week. Maybe the week after. We'll do a morning club, and I'll remind him to get his t-shirt on. I'll try and wear. Mine's here somewhere. Oh, fuck, I can't find it now. Here it is. I got it. I got it right next to me. Got it right here. Sassy, got it right here. And if I forget, Sassy, remind me. Then what I'll do, just for you, Sassy, I'll strip off straight in front of you. Strip it off, put it on, straight on for you. 100%. That's what my plan was. Dennis! Hey, do you like the song, Den? Lou Barber, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Are you doing Robert Tell at 9-4? No, because it's jury selection, so I don't think there's going to be much on. If it's a hearing, what I'll do is I'll play it tomorrow. But Robert Tell's is, let me just show you people. Look at this. Look at this. So, today, we got Wade Wilson. Tomorrow, we have got Robert Tells, maybe Wade Wilson in the morning. We got 14th, we got Robert Tells, Susan Larins on delay. So we're doing 2 trials a day. Oh, it's gone again. Massive bugger to you. And then we got Robert Tells and Susan Larins every day. So we're pretty much doing 12 to 14-hour days from tomorrow. Well, today, we're doing 12 hours today. From tomorrow onwards, we're doing like a 14-hour day, 2 trials, 1 day. Let's go, people. Then on September 17th, we're doing Donna Adelson. And October 8th, we're doing Sarah Boom, Boom, Boom. She's a loony fucking tune. So we're doing that. Now, I hate when this goes all limp. No one wants a limp one, do they? Jeepers, creepers. Happy days, Dana. Dennis. Happy days, Dennis. I needed to incorporate you into this song. I made it up. I can do a better song, though, Dennis. I can do a better song, though. Oh, you song bombed me with Hate You. Now we're stuck. I'm sorry. Robin. There you go. Babes. Look at that. I love this. So just another 10 minutes of this, then we'll get started, people. So, Slauncher. In case some people are going, wow, why is this weirdo doing this? Because I love it. This is my favorite part of the day, saying hello to everybody in chat. I was listening. Oh, at least I mixed up everyone. And you pointed out the other day, I mixed up people as well. I mixed up everything. Mark, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're well. Morning, White Paint. How are you? Nice to see you, my darling. There you go. I wave the piss into when I'm knackered. I think I used that properly. Lol, I don't know. You let me know. Yeah, no, you did. You wave the pissing to when you're tired, you piss yourself, basically. So knackered means tired. So we all know now Heather pisses herself when she's tired. So thanks, Heather. And you must be tired today because it's like 6 a.m. for you. There you go, Robin. Beatles are my favourite. There you go. I can imagine the disappointment there for you, Crystal. Big hugs, Crystal. Thankful. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Right, am I missing anyone here now? I'm missing anyone. Ooh. I'm getting organised. Look at me. Check me out. I got t-shirts here I need to wear. I got that board now that everyone wanted me to get. I'm on it. Like a car bonnet. Toots, hello, my darling. Again, thank you so much for the PayPal last week. I don't think I gave you enough credit, Toots. That was way too generous, Toots. Thank you so much, my darling, for your support and for that PayPal. I was taken aback, my darling. Thank you so much for that. Right, what we got? Mary, quite contrary. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well as always. Nice to see you. Nice. As in drunk? No, that's not. Pissed? No. No. I was doing pissed as you piss. So we say, have you pissed the bed? As in, have you urinated yourself because you got up so early? And you just told us that you urinate yourself all over yourself when you're tired. So, Lady E, hello to you. Good morning, Dylan, modern friends. There you go. And we got right to the bottom. Happy days. I love that. So, as I say, we got a little bit today. So I'm zooming. Zooming today. I'm going to be going flying through. We're going to be playing. Oh, I'll play Judge Boyd at 1.25 now. hang on, 1.25 here for Judge Boyd. It came on at like 1 a.m. for me. I'm like, oh, mofos for that. Let me like her as well. Like, give her a like, even though I wasn't happy. Then we are going straight into Dumpster Juices, Wade Wilson. So we've watched the opening for Wade Wilson, and we watched like a couple of witnesses, but you've missed nothing. You've missed nothing. We're going straight through, no breaks. I'm not even going to the toilet today. I'm not doing anything, no eating, not doing anything. We're going straight through. I'm joking. We are going straight through, but I will be having breaks and stuff for myself. What was back is my no, that was back in my lushy crazy days. I'm boring as fuck and sober as a judge, but not Judge Bev because, well, she's got the gin going. She's got gin between her legs and she's got the gin going. Right, hang on. Oh, Amy, I just seen you. Amy's back to normal. Amy is not lady in Boston anymore. I love that. I call you Amy anyway. So there you go, my darling. Right. So the jail calls will probably be done tomorrow, I think, unless we can fit it in today. Now, all I need, right, from the regulars, please let me know when we're up to 12 hours because I need to do another stream. Because if you remember, YouTube cuts the stream at 12 hours, as I found out the hard way. So we need to remember, at a good point, like hour 10, hour 11, I need to do another stream and jump on it. Jump on it. Right, because she's not here, hang on, have an organic gardens in the... Oh, this is why I need to check my thing. Right, hang on, because she's not here yet. Hang on. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hakak, ole. Erin hakak, ole. Let's go, Erin hakak, ole. Erin hakak, ole. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hakaka, ole. Erin Hakaka, ole. Hey, Crafty Cow, yeah, we do have one. I'm gonna play it now, my darling. I'll play it now. How was the anniversary dinner? Awesome. Do you know, it was actually a really nice dinner. Really nice dinner. My sister and my nieces are all going to Turkey on Friday, so it's been a bit hectic today and over the weekend. So they're going for 2 weeks to Turkey. Which is nice because it gives us a break here. But yeah, no, lovely. It was lovely. Lovely, thank you. Hey, let's get it on. Lady Law is in the house. Let's get it on. How we doing, Lady Law? How we do, my darling? The gilf is on fire. If people don't know Lady Law, you should know her. She is the original gilf. We got so many gilfs now. I'm milfs, but this is the original gilf. Love Lady Law. Love you, my darling. Hope you had a good weekend. Can't wait to speak to you soon. Look at this. Speaker Dilly, did I remember to call? Did I remember to call Sean to it? Yes, I messaged Sean. Thank you to Lisa Reed. So a couple of people did say to me, I did remember anyway, but Lisa did remind me as well as she came in a little bit later. So I think Hippie Chick reminded me. So the GILF alert, yes. I love the GILF. Love her. I hope you enjoyed my message. Speak of the devil. Sean just messaged me. Speak of the devil. So yeah. That's so random. So random. Sean literally just texted me. Right. Let's get the verdict. Let's get the verdict. Here is the verdict. And then it's only 10 minutes, well, 5 minutes. And then what I'll do is this. Glad your beard is clean. Hey, you helped me. So thank you, Lady Law. Without you, I wouldn't have a clean beard. So thank you, my darling. It was very enjoyable, let me just tell you. So thank you very much. I think I was sleeping all day that day, lol. El Chatty. Also, Heather, you absolute mofo. Do you know who was here Friday asking for you? Little G. Little G was here with Heather. Heather's not here. I was like, no. Hey, Sally, how are you and the family? Hope you're getting ready for that, the operation, my darling. Is it this week, I believe? Good luck to you, my darling. Hey, Lady Di. How are you doing, my darling? Good morning, Disney Queen. I don't know. I don't know. I have not watched this before. So, hey, David, how are we doing? Hope you are all having a great show. LFA, the all-seeing high. Yes, you missed her, you absolute numpty. This is the manslaughter one, Judge Boyd one, yeah? Do you remember? No, good morning, Lisa. Do you remember the one that got found not guilty for manslaughter, but was found guilty for a lesser charge? The one that's going 91 miles per hour down the slip road and killed somebody. Do you remember that? And we've been waiting a week for the verdict, for the sentencing. Are you booking me in for... Sally, is that not... Oh, no, it's Amanda. Sorry, Sally. It's Amanda. No, you. Sorry, my darling. I mixed up. Sorry. This is what I do. Fuck. I mix people up. Sorry, Sally, my darling. Right, let's play it. Otherwise, I'm going to be here all day. Right, let's play it. Which one am I in? This one. Sorry, Sally. Lady Law, message me more often, Lady Law. You made me laugh. Here we go. Let's unmute. Yes, the car crash. Yes. So those of you who don't know what this is about, don't worry about it. It's only over in about 5 minutes, people, so don't worry. But
all right, everyone, please be seated.
So just for those that don't know, this guy was driving in Texas. There was a car crash. Somebody was driving up the wrong way, the whatever you call it in the road in America, freeway. This guy was coming from the other. There was sort of the crash, traffic back. There's no signs. This guy came down on slip road, 91 miles per hour, and smashed into the back of a car. And the lady in the back of the car unfortunately died because of it. He was found not guilty for manslaughter, but was found guilty for something else, which I don't remember. And what's happening now is the jury here are the ones sentencing him. So they've just come back with a verdict for the sentence. So here we go. Is this a regular courtroom? It is Irish. It is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you all have reached a verdict with regards to punishment. Is that correct? And is that verdict unanimous? Yes. All right, if you will hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. All right, the defendant will please rise. It states we assess your punishment at 10 years in the prison. There's a $10,000 fine, and they are recommending that your confinement be suspended and you be placed on community supervision. Would anyone wish to have the jurors poll state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, maybe. If this is your verdict, I need you to say yes. If it is not your verdict, I need you to say no. Does everyone understand? All right, we'll start on the back row. Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict? 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 Yes. Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for now. If you'll wait for me in the jury room, and I will come back and meet with you at that time. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, the court is going to proceed with sentencing. With regards to the length of time on probation, does anyone have any input they would like for the length of probation time? State?
Yes, Your Honor, we're requesting 10 years probation.
Defense?
Yes, Judge, we agree.
All right, the court then is going to follow the juror's verdict. Sentence you to 10 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years. There is a $10,000 fine. The court is going to order 180 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition that will begin today. The court is going to order safety, and the court is ordering safety based upon the testimony that the court heard during the trial. There's going to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's going to be regular random UAs, proof of employment within 45 days of release from custody. Court is going to order the defensive driving course. There's to be no driving until further notice. Is there any request that vehicles at the home be equipped with ignition interlock?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, there's to be ignition interlock on any vehicles at your residence. There's to be field visits one time per month for 6 months. Defendant is to remain in custody until the 180 days is served. And transfer to SafeP. And that is to be SafeP with aftercare.
Judge.
Oh, just one moment.
Yes, Judge.
There should be 200 hours of community service restitution. State, is there anything else you would request in way of conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, we're actually requesting 600 hours community service. We're also requesting any Texas driver's license or pilot license be suspended for a minimum of 2 years. And after his full GPS, after his release from safety and aftercare.
All right. With regards to the community service hours, the court will set the community service hours at 350 hours. Defense, would you like to speak with regards to the license suspension?
Judge, I completely misspoke and we would be requesting a PSI. I don't know if that can be corrected at this point.
Well, PSIs, once the jury has been elected to pass punishment, the court does not need to consider a PSI.
Understood, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So it'll be 350 hours community service restitution and 2-year driver's license suspension. All right, yes.
And Judge, we're maybe aware that you might have a pilot license for aircraft. And if that's so, we would request a suspension also on any type of driving any type of heavy machinery in a public.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry. The printer is very loud. All right, yes.
Any type of heavy machinery that's operating in public, obviously, or at work. The fact is that that would be in concert with the Texas driver's license, Your Honor.
All right. Well, what the court is going to order is a 2-year license suspension, period. 2-year driver's license suspension. So it doesn't matter if it's Texas, Louisiana, where it may be. So there's going to be a 2-year driver's license suspension. And I'm assuming that if someone has a pilot's license, that encompasses driver's license. But if it doesn't, let me be clear, the 2-year driver's license suspension applies to a pilot's license as well. Now, with regards to his employment, if they're allowing him to be a forklift driver or whatever on their property, that's in their purview. And there is to be, just one moment, I'm sorry. Is there, and the regular and random UAs, that will include alcohol testing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, anything else?
State's requested restitution to the victim or the next of kin of the victim, Your Honor.
All right, with regards to restitution, the court will say restitution, if any, to the complainant's estate. If for any reason there is an amount defense that you feel is too high, we can have a restitution hearing on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, state, how long will it take for you to tender to the defense an amount?
Judge, if you would allow the next 30 days, we could have that amount to the court or to defense, Your Honor.
All right, so that will be restitution, if any, to the complainant's estate. And then what we'll do is I will set this, if we need it, for a restitution hearing. And I'm not going to put the date in the system. This is just a deadline for everyone to have things to me. You have a right to appeal as this. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Is there a victim impact statement?
Will be on.
Judge, can I just have a moment to speak to my client?
Sure.
So we'll listen to this victim impact statement. It's the deceased, his mother, I believe, are speaking. Hello, Terzia. Hello, Ken. Hello, Drew. Hello, anyone else that's just come in. Hello to you all. So this is the mother of
So
the
as you've seen,
victim.
this is my daughter, Alexandra Seibert. You've never once offered any sense of regret or remorse. I've been in this courtroom for every hearing, 15 times. You've laughed and giggled in there. It was all a big joke because you plan to get out. She's not the first young lady's life you've ruined. I'm hoping she'll be the last, but she's the third. You need to start accepting responsibility. You might have the money to hire somebody who can fluff the truth for you, but let me tell you something. This is my daughter, and this is where you put her. And this is my husband, and this is myself tending to her. You've got a daughter. You brought her in the first hearing. She was 14 at the time. You thought that would make a difference. You wanted sympathy, but you didn't give my daughter any. Let me tell you something. You need to look at my daughter and think about your daughter, because there are people out there like you. Your daughter can be sitting on the road, and someone just like you who had spent the whole night from 6 going to 4 bars, plowing into her, lying, misrepresenting the truth, killing your daughter just like you killed mine. You need to think about that when you lay your head down at night, that your daughter's just as vulnerable as mine was, and all those other women you did things to. And that's all I'm going to say is you need to start being held accountable for your own actions and not slip through because you've got money to put a little fence around you. Because I thought my daughter was protected, and you probably think your daughter's protected. And someone like you killed her. That's all I'm going to tell you. And it's wrong. And you never said you were sorry. Your mom said she felt bad, but you never once, not in that whole entire thing. And instead you took a picture of her car. You got that posted on your Facebook page like you had other things posted? That's all I'm asking. You need to think about it because God's watching you.
So we're not aware of any, we're not aware of any 3 people or anything like that. Lady Law or whoever else said it. I think she just added that, as in, I think she's aware of some other potential stuff he's done in the past that has not come out in this trial. So essentially, I think she just getting all her frustrations out of everything she's heard, but that has nothing to do with the trial. She's just obviously saying that. So no, but there was no 3 DUIs. Otherwise, it would have come out on this trial. So Robin G's here. So what he got was 10 years suspended sentence. So he's off. He's got probation. He's on probation now for the next 10 years. He's going to spend the first 6 months in prison. First 6 months in prison. And then after that, next 9.5 years will be on probation. That's what they gave him. And $10,000 fine as well he has to pay to the court as well. And obviously suspended sentence, as in his license, pilot license, everything like that. So that's what he got. No. So just for everyone to know, the options were anything between 2 and 10 years. 10 years was the maximum he could have for this violation because they found him not guilty of manslaughter. So, right. I wake up like this. It's the last fault. You need to change your profile picture again, dumpster juice. Right. Oh, I know. I hate it for the family. I know. Well, we covered that for over 2 weeks, people. So we've done it. We've done it now. I was surprised, but as I think a lot of you said in the chat, it's near impossible to fulfill probation. So he probably will end up in prison. This guy got probation. This guy got probation. The guy that we just convicted now, the guy that killed somebody. So he can't put a foot wrong for 10 years, otherwise, yeah, 3+ hour community service and a fine, yeah. He has to do all that. He can't put a foot wrong, but I can't see him doing all that. Right, let's get right 40. Let me just change this 42 minutes here then for day one of Wade Wilson trial. Right, that's when that starts. Judge Boyd there, which I think we played for. I'll put in for 30 minutes and check it later. Judge Boyd. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Oh shit! What have I done now? Da, da, da. Oh, this is so temperamental. Sometimes this keyboard is. Da, 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 da. Right. So now we do go to Wade. Right, hang on. Let me get it up. Whoa, ladies. Right. Here he is. Dumpster Juice has now got to change her profile back. Right, this guy. If you think about it, this guy. You just add stuff onto him, couldn't you? Just add that on. Add that bit of bogey. Bit more on the chin. Do you know what I mean? This guy is unbelievable. Oh, I need some of that for the glasses. Unbelievable. The tats. Oh, here he is. That's a bit squiff. But you get the picture. You get the picture. Here you can play noughts and crosses. Whoop. Put another layer in. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, right. Let's stop messing about. Otherwise, Dumpster Juice will have a go with me again. Let's get it on. Right, here we go. Here we go. Right. So as a reminder, we've done open statements and we're on. It's at 1.25 speed. Oh, Linda, don't spoil it. We don't want to hear the verdict, Linda. Hello, Linda. Don't spoil it. Let's get her on. Let's go, people. And also, I can't believe you ladies love this guy.
All right, please be seated. Statement for the next witness.
The state calls Stephanie Johnson.
Thank you, Eden. Hello, Eden. How are you? We're going to listen to the calls afterwards, either later on tonight or tomorrow.
All right. You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand. Just watch your step.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Stephanie Sailors.
What was your name back in 2019?
Stephanie Johnson.
Have you since gotten married?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you know someone by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes. Christine and I have been friends since we were in high school.
Where did the two of you meet?
In Illinois, where we grew up.
When did you meet?
When we were about 15 years old, and we became friends through her cousins, who I'm also very close with. And we were inseparable, moved across the country together, lived together all through our 20s, and then ended up moving to Florida to be close to all of our family down here.
Where else did you live across the country with Christine?
We lived in Colorado together as well.
Did you both end up here in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
Back in October of 2019, were you working?
Yes. Christine and I both worked at Duffy's in Cape Coral.
What type of employer is Duffy's?
It was a restaurant and bar, and we both waited tables there.
Was Christine dating anyone back in October of 2019?
No, Christine was not dating anybody.
Were you dating anyone?
No, I was not.
Where did Christine live at the time?
Christine lived in Cape Coral off of Tudor Drive.
What type of home did she live in?
It was a duplex apartment.
Did she live with anyone?
She lived alone.
Did she have any pets?
She did have one cat.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 4 and 10A. I'm going to show you these photos and ask if you'll take a look and tell me if you recognize them. Starting with State's Exhibit 4, what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
That's Christine.
Okay. Is that how she looked back on October 6th and 7th of 2019?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the apartment that Christine lived in.
And does that fairly and accurately show the apartment that she lived in back in October of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move 4 and 10A into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Is that Christine?
Yes.
I'm showing you her duplex where she lived at the time. Which door is hers?
The white door on the left. So there's a window and then the door right next to it to the right.
Okay, so the door to the right of the window is her door, or the door to the left of the window?
To the left of the window.
Of the middle window?
Yeah, the far left door.
Thank you. I want to take you back to October 6th of 2019. Did you see Christine on that day?
Yes, Christine and I had planned to meet up later that night and to go out drinking at the Buddha bar in Fort Myers.
Had you ever been to the Buddha bar?
I had not been there before.
Where is the Buddha located?
It's located off of McGregor and College Parkway.
Is that in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
How did the two of you get to the Buddha?
So I'm Uber from her apartment to the Buddha.
About what time did you Uber over to the Buddha?
Around 10:30.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 7. Showing you State's Exhibit 7. Will you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the Buddha in Fort Myers.
The big statue of the Buddha?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the bar.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 7 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Do you have any specific reason the two of you chose the Buddha on that night?
We wanted to go see a band play.
When you got there, what was just sort of the general environment of the bar?
It wasn't overly crowded. There was, a decent amount of people there that night, dancing, drinking, nothing out of the ordinary from a typical bar.
Was there a band playing?
Yes.
Now, were you friendly and did you talk to other people that were there?
Yeah, we socialized quite a bit. There's a couple of different bars in the main bar, and we were down at one bar, we danced, we got drinks at other bars, we talked to the people that were there. Pretty standard going out night.
Now, obviously you're drinking and listening to music this entire time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had been drinking pretty heavily that night.
And is that why you chose to get an Uber?
Yes, yeah, we both knew we were going to be drinking, so we didn't want to be driving at all.
Now, while you were there, did someone approach you?
Yeah, towards the end of the night, as we were walking up to the upstairs bar, somebody jumped out in front of me, kind of just like to get my attention, and said, "Hey, who's your friend?" And gestured towards Christine. And he seemed friendly and introduced himself, and I grabbed Christine and said, "Hey, this guy wants to meet you."
What was his demeanor?
Friendly, charming.
Is there any red flags that popped up when you were talking to him?
No.
How did he introduce himself to you?
At that point, he introduced himself as JR.
Do you see JR sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Right there, in a bright blue suit.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
Now, has his appearance changed since the time that you met him?
Yes, he has a lot more tattoos on his face. He did not have any facial tattoos
May I
the night
approach
we
the
met
witness?
him.
You may.
At this time, the state showing has been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit number 39 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
JR, the person who introduced himself to us that night.
And is he the same person sitting here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent how he looked back on October 6th of 2019?
Exactly.
At this time, the state would move 39 into evidence.
You'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, after you introduced him to Christine, what happened next?
Christine and I and JR and another man, Jason, who we were introduced to by JR, talked at the bar, mingled. Christine and JR seemed to be interested in each other. Me and Christine had commented on how he had dimples, and one of the guys she had been talking to earlier in the night only had one dimple and he had two dimples. And, she definitely was attracted to him and he seemed attracted to her, and they were friendly and getting to know each other.
Now, you mentioned that JR introduced you to someone by the name of Jason.
Yes. So there was another man that he was with at the bar named Jason. And I was under the impression that they were there together as friends, just like me and Christine had been.
At some point, did you take your talking and socializing outside of the bar?
Yeah, so that was at the end of the night and the bar was closing. So they were kind of shuffling everybody out the door. Christine and I went outside and we're still continuing to socialize with JR and Jason until, it was decided to leave. And me and Christine had came in an Uber. So we followed Jason and JR to their car. JR had tossed the keys over to Jason and we were going to go after party. I didn't know at that point if we were going back to Christine's house or where we were headed from there, but we were going together.
Now, when you went into the parking lot, everybody's talking. Again, describe the mood.
Happy. Everybody was cheerful, intoxicated, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary or scary by any means. Just typical end of the bar night.
Now, is this around 2 a.m. that the bar's closing and kicking everybody out?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so everything was closing at that point.
Again, as far as JR is concerned, does he exhibit any kind of anger or any kind of red flags?
No, not at all.
And in fact, you and Christine thought he was charming.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned that JR threw the keys over to Jason.
Mm-hmm.
What type of car was it that you got in?
It was a Dodge Hellcat, I think it's called.
Whose car did you believe that was?
I believed it was Jason's at that point.
When you got it?
Yeah.
You believed it was Jason's car?
I don't really remember. I just know Jason was driving at that time. So my assumption was that it was his car.
Where did everybody sit in the car?
Jason sat in the front seat, Christine sat in the in the passenger seat, and then me and JR were in the back seat.
Now, where did you end up going?
We drove not very far. It was only a couple of turns, maybe less than 10 minutes in the car, but we ended up at Jason's house.
May I approach the witness?
Amen.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel, but it's been previously marked as case exhibits number 8 and 9. I'm showing you states exhibits number 8 and 9. Will you please take a look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them?
This is the car that we left the Buddha in.
States exhibit number 8.
8.
Does that fairly and accurately represent the way the car appeared when you got in it that night?
Yes.
Showing you states exhibit number 9. What does states exhibit number 9 show?
This is Jason's house.
Is this the house where you went to after the bar closed?
Yes, I remember that star on the house.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
Permission to publish.
You may.
You just told the jurors this is the Hellcat that you all got in?
Yes, ma'am.
And then states exhibit number 9, that's Jason's house.
Yes.
When you arrived at Jason's home, was anyone else present?
Yeah, his mom was home. So when we walked in the front door, his mom was awake and on the couch and not very happy that he was bringing people home. We tried to make small talk and, kind of ease the situation, but we just ended up going to Jason's bedroom, which was down the hall from there.
Now, when you got back into Jason's bedroom, what happened with Christine and JR?
So pretty quickly after getting to Jason's house, Christine and JR started having sex.
And when they started having sex, what did you and Jason do?
Jason had a bedroom that led to the outside. So Jason and I hung out outside most of the time, only to, really go in to use the bathroom maybe. Christine and JR were inside for a while. They came outside and mingled a little bit with us and went back into the bedroom.
You mentioned that they started out having sex. Did their sexual encounters appear to be consensual?
Yes.
So there was nothing that, again, at this point, that caused any red flags?
No.
Now, when you and Jason were outside, what were the two of you doing?
We were drinking, smoking, talking. He had a trampoline out there, so we sat on the trampoline and talked for a while, just mingling, talking.
Did the two of you have any interest in each other that night beyond just talking and friendship?
No.
So did the two of you hook up at all?
No.
Now, you mentioned that JR and Christine would go inside the house and come back out and kind of go back and forth.
Mhm.
During these back and forth interactions, were they normal types of interactions?
Yeah.
Did they appear to be having a good time?
Yeah, they appeared to be having a good time with each other and, joyful and, nothing out of the ordinary or concerning.
Now, about how long were you at Jason's house?
I would say we were probably there for a couple hours, maybe 2 hours.
After about 2 hours, did you all leave?
Yes. So we were at Jason's house and then kind of, quickly JR was saying, oh, we got to go. This guy doesn't want us here anymore. And it was kind of at that point that I realized that Jason and JR didn't know each other before this night. The way JR was, seeming at the beginning of the night was that, they were there together. And then when we were leaving, it was, it didn't seem that way. It seemed like this guy wanted us out of his house and it was kind of quickly an exit. But when we went to the driveway, we got back into the car that we came in, which Jason had drove at that time, but now JR was driving.
Okay, so when you are leaving Jason's house, was it somewhat abrupt as far as?
Yeah, it was quick, but it wasn't anything like he wasn't mad that we were still there or anything like that. It was just time to go.
And this night that you went out on the bar, it was a Sunday night?
Yes.
So you're going into now Monday morning?
No, Monday. I had to work. I believe Jason had to work the next day. His mom obviously wasn't happy that we were there to begin with. So
the party, everything's kind of winding down for the night?
Yes. And we go and get in the car and JR is trying to back the car out of the driveway and he can't get it to go in reverse. It's just revving the engine in the driveway.
Is the car a manual or a stick shift?
It's a stick shift car.
Is it clear to you that he was unable to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
So what happened is you're in the driveway and he's revving the engine?
So Jason actually had come outside because he heard the engine revving. And, said, you guys got to leave. You can't be here anymore. You're being too loud. It's, almost the morning. At that point, JR had actually gotten the car into reverse and into the street. He was trying to get the car into drive and go forward, and same thing. He couldn't get the car to move. He's just revving the engine in the middle of the street. It was at that point that I got out of the car and said to Christine, I said, get out of the car. Let's take an Uber. Let's get in an Uber and go home.
Right. So were you able to make contact with an Uber driver to have them come pick you up?
Yes, Christine called the Uber.
Now, once the Uber driver arrived, did you get into the Uber right away?
Yes, I got into the Uber right away. Christine and Wade Wilson were looking for his cell phone. He couldn't find his cell phone. So they started to walk back towards Jason's house to look for his cell phone. I don't know if they made contact with him. I was sitting in the Uber at that point with the Uber driver, and both him and I remember him saying, oh, they got 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And, both of us were ready to go at that point.
Now, to your knowledge, did Wade Wilson, or the person that was saying that he was JR, did he ever find his phone that night?
I don't believe so.
So when he and Christine got back in the car, where did the Uber driver take you?
The Uber took us back to Christine's apartment.
And then that's 10A, Christine's apartment.
Yes.
Now, what happened when you got back to Christine's home?
When we got back to Christine's home, the three of us went into her house, and I know Christine and I had this sense of relief that we had made it home, that we got home, safely. And, it was winding down. I remember sitting on the couch and taking my shoes off. I remember Christine standing in the kitchen, getting something to drink. And I remember telling her, I had to go home because I had to go to work the next day and take my son to school.
Now, where was your son staying that night?
He was with my mom.
And did you and your son live with your mom?
Yeah, we lived with her at the time.
Now, about what time did you leave to go home so that you could take your son to school and go to work?
About 6 o'clock.
Now, prior to leaving, did everything seem fine?
Yeah, it did. And I remember telling Christine, I have to go home. I have to go to work. And she was like, okay. She hugged me and kissed me goodbye and said, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And again, when she told you goodbye and that she'd see you tomorrow, did you have any concerns for her safety?
No.
And in fact, if you did, would you have left her home with just her and Wade Wilson in that house?
Not at all. And if she was concerned, Christine would have never let me leave that house if she was scared. She would have said, let's get this guy out of here together.
So when you left, is it safe to say that really the night was over? The party was over?
Yeah.
It's already morning time.
Mm-hmm. And, like I said, we had this sense of relief that we had made it home. We obviously were in a car with somebody who couldn't drive a car. And I know for me, that was the scariest part of that night, was the being behind the wheel of a car with somebody who couldn't drive. And I know when we got back to Christine's house in that Uber, it felt like, we were home safe.
And it seems that your concern was not driving while intoxicated because along the way you had gotten Ubers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, when you left, you said that you had to take your son to school and you also had to go to work. What time did you go to work?
I had to work the morning shift at Duffy's that day. I think I was at work by 10:30 in the morning. My son starts school at 9, so I dropped him off and then went to work.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Christine worked at Duffy's. Did she have to work a shift that day?
She was not scheduled to work that day.
Nevertheless, did you reach out to her just to check in with her at some point?
Yeah, I had texted her in the early afternoon and just said, you up? And I did not receive a response.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing state's exhibits, or I'm showing defense counsel that's been marked as state's exhibit 6, 5I, and 5J. Ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize the numbers on State's Exhibit 6?
Yeah, that's Christine's phone number.
Is that the phone number you texted her?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5I. What is 5I?
Christine's cell phone.
Okay. and 5J?
It's the back of Christine's cell phone.
And is that a poppet that's on the back of her cell phone?
Yep.
That would help
Pop
her to hold
socket.
it?
Yep.
And is this the phone that she carried that night and carried with her at all times?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move 6, 5I, and 5J into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Showing State's Exhibit 6. That was Christine's cell phone number at the time.
Yes.
Is 630 like a Chicago or an Illinois area code?
Yeah. Yeah. That's an Illinois area code.
Showing you 5I. That's the front of her cell phone.
Yes.
And then 5J, that's the back of her cell phone with a pop socket.
Yes.
Now, when she didn't immediately respond to your text, were you concerned at all?
No, at that point, I was not concerned. We had a late night. She didn't have to work. I assumed she was sleeping.
Okay. Did you later on try to get a hold of her?
So when I left work, I called her again. She didn't answer. And then I got in touch with Samantha, who is her cousin. Again, not concerned that I hadn't heard from her. I asked Sam, I said, have you talked to Christine at all today? She said no. I had told her, I was out with her last night, just kind of told her about our night and what we did, and ended the conversation. Maybe a few minutes later, I'm not sure how long, I got a call from the Cape Coral Police Department.
Now, you mentioned you talked to Samantha, who was Christine's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Was Samantha also a good friend of yours?
Yeah. Samantha and I have been friends since high school as well.
And was Samantha obviously she was the cousin of Christine, but were they also very close?
Yeah.
friends?
Yeah. All of us have been like sisters, like best friends.
And Samantha had not gone out with you the night before?
No, Samantha was not with us.
Now, did you also try to call Christine?
Yeah, I tried to call Christine and text her that day.
When you called her, did the phone ring numerous times?
Yes.
It didn't go straight to voicemail?
I honestly, I rember it ringing and going to voicemail. I don't remember how, if it went straight to voicemail or, rang for a long time.
But either way,
I know I did not talk to anybody. Nobody answered.
No one answered. No. Now, you mentioned that a Cape Coral detective called you. And what was the purpose of that detective's call to you that you thought at the time?
So at that time when they called, they were asking me if.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
may I give a
Yes.
object? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right.
Right, I'm not interested in sidebars and stuff like that. So skippity skip, skippity skip, skippity skip.
Just use the.
Right. Also, Ken. Hey, Daffodil. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you well. Ken, isn't there 3 new trials? Yes. So, Ken, bear with me, and I'll get back to the trial now. 2 seconds. Wade Wilson today. Tomorrow onwards, we'll be doing Robert Tellez and Susan Larynx. So Florida and Nevada trials. We're doing 2 trials a day from tomorrow, I believe, from tomorrow. So yes, Ken, we'll be doing 2 of them. Let's fucking go. Right back to it, people. Now I can't find where it is. There. Let's go.
Notepads that the court has provided. That way they can stay in here during any proceedings. Okay? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Going back to, I believe we were talking about a detective making contact with you. Once you had a conversation with the detective, did you become concerned?
Yes.
What did you do?
When I received the call from the Cape Coral detective, myself, Samantha, and her husband and her other cousin all went to Christine's apartment.
What did you see when you arrived at Christine's apartment?
When we got there, the police were already there and they had already put caution tape up around her house.
Did you know any information at that point about where Christine was?
No, we went from Christine's house to her mom's house, which was right around the corner from Christine's apartment. And we waited there until the detective came there and informed us that they found.
Sustained.
At some point, did you learn that Christine had passed?
Yes.
And what happened once you learned that Christine had passed?
It was devastating.
Did you stay at her mother's home?
No, I went straight from her mother's home to the Cape Coral Police Department and gave a statement.
Now, when you went to Christine's home and you found yellow crime scene tape around her property, did you see her car sitting in the driveway?
No, and in fact, it was pouring rain, and I remember all of the detectives and police officers standing under her carport and seeing that her car was not there.
Now, when you and Christine had gone out to the Buddha bar the night before, was her car in that carport?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 5D.
I'm sorry, what?
D.
D.
Approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 5D. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, those are Christine's name tags from her Duffy's uniform.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 5D into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You're just talking about Christine's car not being in the carport when you went to her home, showing you Exhibit 5. Was that Christine's car at the time of her death?
Yes.
Also showing you 5A. Is
Yes.
that the back of her car?
Yes.
It's a Versa.
Yes, a Nissan Versa.
I'm showing you 5D. Are those name tags that she would wear to work when she waited tables at Duffy's?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned giving a statement to law enforcement. Did you detail everything to them about the night before and the events that took place at the Buddha all the way until you were contacted about her death?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, did Christine have any tattoos on her leg?
Yeah, she had a tattoo on her calf of a Gemini symbol with some tribal music notes on the side of it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibits 10E and 13.
E and
13. May I approach?
you may.
I'm going to ask that you take a look first at 10E. Do you recognize this?
Yes. that's
And what does it
Christine.
show?
That's the tattoo on Christine's leg.
And then I'm also going to have you look quickly at 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And was that after she had passed?
Yes.
And a permission? First of all, the state would move 10E and 13 into evidence.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Judge, I would ask that 13 be passed around to the jurors rather than display that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my signature there. And these are the photos that they showed me, the lineup photos.
Now, did a detective show you the series of photographs?
Yes, he showed me all those photographs.
And there's a series of 6 photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And did the detective in any way give you any idea of who you should pick or who you should identify?
No.
Did you have a fair amount of time to be able to look and see if you could ID anybody?
Yes.
And did you in fact ID someone?
Yes, I did.
And how were you able to tell who you ID'd?
By my signature.
And then did you also
And then
put
the date, yes.
And 10/7/19, that's the day that you learned that Christine was no longer with us?
Yes.
And did you identify photo number 4 as a person that had introduced himself to you as JR?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
Any objection? Yes.
Hi, Jessica. How you doing, my darling? I just saw your crafty cow. First one is Robert Tellez, and his is Robert Tellez is about a lot. He's a county administrator, or used to be elected county administrator, and he killed a journalist that spoke badly about him. And then the other one's in Florida is about a woman who killed another woman, and it's manslaughter. They both could be back to back, and they're both on jury selection today, and we're going to cover both. So one of them is going to be like, let's skip this. One of them is going to be similar to what we're doing here. Skippity skip, skippity skip. So we'll get through them quicker.
Number 4. Okay. Who is picture number 4?
JR.
And you see JR sitting here in court today?
Yes.
Could you please
right over there.
Okay, so the person sitting right over there is in a sort of a royal blue
He is wearing
jacket.
a royal blue jacket and a yellow tie.
And is that person the person that you knew as JR?
Yes.
And is that the same person that's in photograph number 4?
Yes, that is the same person in photograph number 4, JR.
And at this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have a moment.
Yeah.
At this time, the state has no further questions and tenders a witness.
All right. You may. Is that, you got the disc and everything else?
Let's go, Robin. Let's go. Let's go. Morning, Colleen. All right, come on. Get on with it.
Ms. Johnson, Jason, did you know him? Do you know his last name?
I do not.
Did you ever see him again after that date?
No.
Now, there come a point in time back at Miss Milton's residence that Mr. Wilson used, he couldn't find his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he used Miss Milton's phone with her permission.
No.
No what?
I don't remember that happening.
He used the phone, right?
Not that I saw.
And you were there for what, 2 hours?
At Christine's house? No.
How long were you at?
Christine's house?
Yes.
When we returned in the Uber, I was only at Christine's house for maybe 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm
Not
sorry.
long.
It was 2 hours at Jason's house.
At Jason's house, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Wilson and Jason and Ms. Milton use cocaine or other drugs that evening?
Yes.
What drugs specifically?
I saw Christine, Jason, and Wilson using cocaine. Everybody was drinking and smoking marijuana as well.
Did you use cocaine?
I did not.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right.
Brief, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just want to ask you briefly about the cocaine use. How much cocaine did you see being used that night?
Very little. I would say maybe a couple of lines each.
And was that an amount we would consider like a party amount?
Yeah, it was not a large amount.
So based on that cocaine use, was anybody out of control?
No.
So would you say that, again, people are buzz friendly?
Yeah, intoxicated, but everybody was, having a good time and nothing concerning.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'd ask that she be excused.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, briefly. Who supplied cocaine?
I'm not sure.
And where was it used?
At Jason's house.
Jason's house.
Yes.
And obviously, once you left, you don't know if Ms. Milton and Mr. Wilson continued using cocaine
I do not.
or used anything else.
I do not.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. I would ask that she be excused.
All right.
Skippery doo dah, skippery day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Hey 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 hey. Right, here we go.
Yeah.
Would you please identify an article?
In a blue suit.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
And he introduced himself to you as Junior.
At the time, yeah.
Did you learn his name later on?
Yeah.
But you never learned it that night?
No.
Now, was Junior there with anyone?
Yeah.
Who was he with?
Blonde hair girl, real pretty blonde hair girl.
And did it seem that the two of them were together?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did she leave?
Yeah.
Did you ever see her again that night?
No.
Now, when Junior introduced himself to you, describe his personality.
He's cool. He's fine. No, he's in cool.
And if he wasn't cool or gave you any kind of weird vibe,
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have kept talking to him.
Now, did he look different back then than he does today?
Yeah, he didn't have all this.
When you see all this,
Tattoos.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 39. Is that how he looked back then when you met him at the Buddha?
Yeah.
Now, what time did the bar close?
2.
At 2, did you all get kicked out of the Buddha?
I didn't get kicked out, but yeah, I mean, yeah. End of the night, yeah, we left. We closed it down.
And when you left, did you go out into the parking lot?
Yep.
Did you talk to anybody in the parking lot?
No, well, we ran into the 2 girls.
Okay.
Stephanie and Christine, I believe. Yeah.
And when you say we, who do you mean by we?
Me and Junior.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this the Buddha where you all were?
Yep.
You were in that parking lot?
Yep.
Now, at some point, you said you met 2 girls. Who were those 2 girls that you met up with in the parking lot?
Stephanie and Christine.
Had you ever met Stephanie and Christine before?
No, met them there.
And Junior, had you ever met him prior to that night?
No.
Okay, so you're all just hanging out, having a good time?
Yeah, just all ended up meeting up there.
Now, at some point, do you need to get a ride back to your house?
Yeah, I Ubered there originally.
And why did you Uber there?
Because I was going to be drinking.
So you got a ride back. Did whose car did you get a ride back in?
Junior's.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 8. Is this the car you took back to your house?
Yeah.
And was Junior able to drive that car?
No, he said he couldn't drive a stick shift.
Okay. Now, who went back to your house?
Me, the 2 girls, and Junior.
When you got there, who was there?
My mother.
Was she okay with you being there at first?
Yeah. Not really.
Not thrilled?
Yeah, no, it was late, early, however you want to put it.
All right. When you got to your house, where did you all go?
Went back to my bedroom.
Is your bedroom in the back of the house?
Mine's, yeah, the way it is it's in the back left part of the left side of the house.
And when you get to your back bedroom, what happens with Junior at that time?
It wasn't long at all. Him and Christine were having sex pretty quick and getting to it, and me and Stephanie, I think, went out back.
So when you went out back, where did you go?
I had a trampoline out back, and we went out back. We just sat out there and hung out and talked for a while.
Now, you said that Christine and Junior were having sex. Did it appear to be consensual?
Yeah. Yeah.
They were having a good time?
Yeah.
And you and Stephanie didn't want to necessarily stand around and watch?
Nope.
So you were outside?
Yeah.
All right. And were you and Stephanie interested in each other at all?
No.
So you're just talking?
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the evening, did they come outside and go back inside several
Yeah,
times?
once or twice, and then went back in and kept doing what they were doing.
And during any point of these interactions, did you have any concern for your safety?
Nope.
Did you have any concern for Christine's safety?
Mm-mm.
Now, did anybody use any drugs that night?
Yeah, we did a little coke.
When you say coke, you mean cocaine?
Cocaine.
Did you provide cocaine to anybody?
No, I had my own stuff.
Did you see any other drug use besides cocaine?
Nope.
And alcohol also?
Yeah, alcohol, yeah.
Now, at some point, did Stephanie and Christine and Junior leave your house?
Yeah, it was just getting too loud, and it was time to go. I had to work the next day. It was getting too late.
So party's over.
Time to go.
They're supposed to leave.
Yep.
What happens when they leave your house?
Well, like I said earlier, he couldn't drive a stick shift, so that car's loud down my driveway, revving up 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
So how did you feel about the car revving in your driveway?
I was pissed.
Okay. So what'd you do?
I went outside,
What'd you
confronted him about it.
Okay. What happened after you confronted them?
Kind of got your car out of the driveway a little bit.
You got it out?
No, he did.
Okay. He is and Junior?
Yeah, one of them did. I don't know. I was getting out by the time I went out there. I got in the car. I got in the car and moved it down the road just to get it away from my house.
Did you see where they went after you got the car out down the road?
No, I really didn't care.
Now, did you go to work the next day?
Yeah, I did.
And when you were at work, did detectives come and speak to you?
Yeah.
Did you know anything about
I had no clue.
how you wait? Just one moment. I know you're nervous. But when police came to your work, did you have any idea about anything bad that had happened?
No.
Did you agree to give them your DNA and prints?
I did.
And did they also ask you to identify the person that you knew as Junior?
Yep.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 42. When the detectives came to your work, did you give them a statement about what you remembered from the night before in the early morning hours?
Mhm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
And then did they also show you a series of 6 photographs asking you to identify the person that came to your house?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to identify a person that came to your house that night?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the picture number 4?
Yep.
Are those your initials and a date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now this says 10/9/19, so that would have been a couple days
Days
later.
afterwards, yeah.
And is this picture that you identified? Do you see that person sitting here in court?
Yeah.
And is it the person with the yellow tie and blue jacket?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he the same person that identified himself to you as Junior
Yes, ma'am.
on October 6th? Now, at this time, the state would move 42 into evidence.
Be admitted.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing. Did you actually end up finding the defendant's cell phone in your room?
Yeah, I believe a couple days later.
And did you turn that over to the detectives?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
I admit it. You said that when you first met with Mr. Wilson, he was with a pretty blonde girl.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now that blonde girl was not Kristen. No.
Right.
Okay. You said you had your own stash cocaine.
Yep.
Okay. Did everyone use it?
My own for me.
Okay. What was everybody else using?
Whatever they wanted. I don't know.
You know where they got the cocaine from?
Well, I had my own, and that's all I was worried about. Like I wasn't sharing it.
Okay. But you were using it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You leave Buddha Bar about 2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. What time did you get to your house?
Right 10 after, if that.
Okay, so you're right down the street.
I'm right down the street. Yeah.
All right. And what time did everyone finally leave? Did they leave?
They were there probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, if that. So
about-
before 4 o'clock, I would say.
All right. Did you have any further contact with Mr. Wilson?
Nope. Well, he come back to look for his cell phone, and I don't think I answered the door.
Oh, okay. How did he get back there? Do you know?
I don't know. I was inside.
So then he left.
Yep.
About what time was that?
Probably a little after they left, about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes after they left. I don't quite remember.
I'm sorry. What do you do for work, sir?
I install garage doors.
Okay. What time did you have to be up for work?
I wasn't working there when this happened. This was 5 years ago.
Okay. So what time did you go to work on Monday?
Probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. When I was there, I was at a flooring place then.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, sir, you're excused. Step down. All right.
We're flying through these. We're flying through it. 2 hours in already. Happy fucking days. Right, how are we doing in the poll? The poll is ole ole. So the most favorite one so far is like and subscribe. Okay. Okay. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me. If you like to subscribe, like and subscribe, motherfuckers. Hey, I will start listening to you when you take that spider thingy off your face and show everyone your beautiful face, Danny. You're scaring people, Danny. Bill won't even come here anymore now. He's like, I want to see Danny's face. Right. That's my number 2. Yeah, you like the other one. Kim. Go fuck yourself, Kim. Right, let's get on.
Not with Cake World, but overall, I just started my 27th year in January.
All right. Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your assignment on that day?
I was assigned to road patrol, and I was the supervisor of the South District.
Did you become aware of an investigation involving someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And what was your specific role with regard to that investigation?
Specifically, there were a couple locations in South District that I was asked to check and to make sure they were getting checked. Looking for the welfare of Christine Melton because she had not been heard from and it had not been seen.
And did you know who Christine Melton was at that time?
No, ma'am.
So when you got this information that she was missing, were you aware of any other scenes that were already set up?
Yes, I knew there was a location in either the North or Central District. I think it was right on the border between the two, where her vehicle had been found.
And was that vehicle at Mateo Graphics?
Yes, ma'am.
So were there already Cape Coral police officers at that scene trying to determine where she was or what had happened?
Yes, ma'am. And they were, from what I understood at the time, it was a.
Hearsay.
It's the same.
Your Honor, if I may give an exception.
Okay.
Again, effect on the listener as to what he did.
All right. It's the same.
Okay. What did you do?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, I knew that we had, this was a very high priority. Several of my officers went to 4838 Tudor Drive, which is where we knew Christine Melton lived.
There's some other areas that were checked as well.
Yes.
What other areas?
I had an officer go to Duffy's Tavern, which was a place that I found Christine Melton was employed. I wanted to see if she was there. She was not. And I was given another address on Stratford Court that was had been somehow associated with Christine in the past. I went there and spoke with a resident, and there was no connection to Christine, so they were both of those leads had been exhausted, and we were left with 4838 Tudor Drive.
Now at 4838 Tudor Drive, did you mention there were other officers that you had sent to that location?
Yes.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 10A. Is that the 4838 location that you're referring to? Ms. Melton's house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, looks like it.
Okay. And were they able to make contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and had been notified over the police radio that.
It's the same.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you were at that location, did you, again, no one had made contact with her?
Right, that's correct.
And had her body been found in the car back at Mateo's?
No, ma'am.
So what did you and the officers at her home decide to do?
We forced entry into the house by knocking on the front door with a ram.
And what happened when you got inside of her home?
We were inside somewhere around 45 seconds. Long enough. It's a small apartment. Long enough to see there was nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen, but on the floor between the bedroom and the kitchen was a large bundle of. It was hard to tell. Looked like bed sheets and clothing. We couldn't see anything right away. We spread apart the sheets just enough to see a leg, a lower portion of a leg. I noticed immediately there was a unique tattoo on it, and at that point we backed out and left the apartment.
Okay. After you backed out, did you change your mind about staying out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I realized in my kind of desire to make sure we protect the scene that we really hadn't cleared the bedroom adequately. And from my experience, I know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation, and we need to make sure that everyone who's going to be there is going to be safe. So we had to make sure there was nobody hiding. And we also knew at that point there were other charges. And I also realized that we hadn't really done anything to confirm whether or not the person in the blankets was alive or dead.
Were you able to confirm whether the person in the blankets was alive or dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that?
I've put on a glove to feel for a pulse, and I could feel that her arm was already stiff.
And you said that you cleared the home. Did you find any other person at all in that house?
No, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may.
On the record, I'm showing you the one states exhibits 10B, 10C, and 10D.
What were the number of the exhibits again? Ms. Miller? What were the number of the exhibits?
10.
10 what? I can't, I'm sorry, what?
10, 10B, 10C, and 10D.
10, 10B, 10C, and 10E?
D. D is in dog.
Oh, Z. No, D.
D
Right,
is in dog, yes.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you and showing you some items of evidence. If you could take a look at each of these pictures, please.
Okay.
These items fairly and accurately represent the outside of the home and the inside of the home back on October 7th of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move exhibits 10, 10B, 10C, and 10D into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Sergeant, you were testifying that when you first walked in, you saw what looked like a pile of blankets in between the kitchen and the bedroom. Is this what you first saw when you walked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10C. Is this a closer up view of those blankets that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Then you mentioned seeing a unique tattoo showing you State's Exhibit 10D. Where is that tattoo? Are you able to see from there on that photograph?
Yeah, it was on the lower lower portion of her right leg.
Showing you a close-up, which is 10E. Is that the tattoo on the leg you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually take a photograph of that tattoo on her leg?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Knowing how this investigation would play out, I knew that it would be it might help in help making an identification.
So at that time, when you saw this body, you weren't for sure whose it was?
That's correct.
Now, after you backed out the second time, did you have a crime scene prepared?
Yes, I instructed my officers to put up crime scene tape and start a crime scene contamination list.
What is a crime scene contamination list?
It's just a log of everyone who comes and goes and the times that they enter and exit the crime scene.
About what time was it that you arrived and entered Ms. Mountain's home?
I got on scene about roughly 4 o'clock. We made entry, I believe it was 4:12.
So that's 4:12 p.m. on October 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10, and it looks like there's some yellow crime scene tape. Was that put up by officers blocking off that home and that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone went past that yellow crime scene tape, do they have to sign that contamination log?
Yes.
Now, as about how many people, once you realized this was a crime scene, about how many officers would you say showed initially?
While I was there, I think it was just me and officers from my squad. So there were 4 or 5.
And was a homicide investigator assigned to come out and take over the actual investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you were on that scene, did any of Christine Melton's family members begin to show?
Yes.
And were you the one that actually notified them of anything?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a victim advocate come to the scene?
Yes.
And as far as the identification and the notification, was that assigned to other officers later?
Yes, I was assigned to a detective who was working on the case.
once you cleared that house, was a search warrant signed off on so that crime scene could come in and do a thorough investigation and collection of evidence?
As far as I understand, yes,
So you weren't involved in collecting any of that evidence?
that's correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right. Mr. Allen.
Sorry, just clarify something. You forced entry, the front door.
That's correct.
You went in, you located Miss Melton. How long did that take?
It was under a minute.
You and your officers came out of the house.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go back in to a second time to clear the house? Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you in there that time?
About 3.5 minutes.
Did any of the officers disturb the pile that Miss Melton's body was under?
No. In fact, I told the other officers to stay where they were, and I knew it was a small room that really needed to be cleared, and there was no point in any more than one person going, so I did that myself.
Okay. You didn't find anyone else in the house?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
Record.
Nicholas Milan.
Where?
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right, because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How
I
you
don't
like
know
that?
what's going
Where's
on.
Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't know even what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. I've got so many clips for sure. I need to upload them. What a guy. What a legend. That was go fuck yourself, Kimmy. Oh, we got lots. We got lots of stuff. I need just to put up. Fucking hell, sweating, just looking at that, laughing. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. Oh, I loves it. Anyway, that's a bit shown for you people. Right, let's get back to the trial. Fuck, now I lost my space now. Where am I going? Oh, damn. Where am I Where's my thing? Ah, there I am. Here you go.
Are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
over 15 years.
Could you describe your training and experience that you've had?
Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Broward in 2007, 2008. Hired on with Fort Lauderdale. Road experience for over 8 years, field training officer. Then I was assigned to the Professional Standards Bureau, background hiring of officers. I was tasked with the, from there I went to major crimes, assigned to the FBI task force, tracking down internet predators. Tracking down internet predators against kids.
Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that day?
That I was assisting, I was in major crimes, assisting in information regarding a vehicle that had fled.
Now, as part of major crimes, are they involved in investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine with regard to that car fleeing who that car belonged to?
Yes.
And who did that car belong to?
Miss Melton.
Were you involved in any attempts to try to locate Miss Melton?
I was.
And did you end up finding out her emergency contact?
I did.
Who was her emergency contact?
Sorry if I mispronounced, Miss Cometer.
Was her first name Samantha?
Yes,
Did you end up being able to get in touch with her?
I did.
Did she put you in touch with somebody by the name of Stephanie Johnson?
Yes.
Now, during this time, have you yet located Christine Melton, or has anybody located her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you learn that Christine Melton had been found?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in going into her home or helping with evidence?
No.
Did you actually ever go into her home and see her body?
No.
Now, did you try to see if you could learn more information from neighbors or going around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jurors what it was that you were tasked with doing?
A simple canvass of a neighborhood, if anybody saw or heard anything. So I knocked on doors, spoke to people. The consensus of the people I spoke to, there was nothing out of the ordinary they saw or heard. During that canvass on the 7th, I was able to locate also cameras on a building on that road, Tudor Drive, 4807. They had cameras pointing north and south on that road. So I just make note of the camera systems if I can't make contact with the people that day.
Okay. Did you actually review any footage or any camera footage that you noted?
I did.
Okay. And what camera footage did you note that had some interest to you?
So the camera 1 and camera 2 that was on the building of 4807 Tudor, that building behind it on Marine Drive, I believe is 4810. That was the business area of Mr. Bill Masters, owned both properties. I had made contact with him to try to get the video or review it. So I had gone back later, I believe on the 10th, to review that video, camera 1 and 2.
And when you reviewed that video, did you know anything of any significance on that camera?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see on that camera?
So the camera system was showing the hours that I recorded from 0300 to, I believe, 0620 hours. And I was able to identify a vehicle matching the description of the black Nissan Versa.
And was that the car that belonged to Christine Melton?
It appears so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel and showing what's been marked as State Exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Sir, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 12. You just take a look at this. What is this piece of evidence?
It's a DVD of the video that I received with my initials on it.
Did you have the opportunity to review this video?
Yes, I've seen that.
And it's the same video that you collected?
Yes,
Did you put your initials and the date that you reviewed it?
I did.
At this time, the state would move 12 into evidence.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And you mentioned you conducted a neighborhood canvass of the area. Did you also conduct several interviews of people that had information about this case?
I did.
Was one of those interviews of Stephen Testaseca?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the case?
My father,
The father of who?
Mr. Wilson.
And did you record that interview that you conducted with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with his wife?
I did.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes,
When you interviewed the two of them, did you make sure that they were separated?
I did.
And then did you also write a statement about your involvement in this case?
I did.
You have a moment? Nothing further, Your Honor. The state tender the witness.
All right.
The video that we just saw, there's a car moving down the street. I assume that's the object that you all were interested in? You have to
Yes.
answer that loud.
Yes.
Okay. What time did that car travel?
So on video, the system, it was approximately 6:10 a.m. However, like most systems I've dealt with in the past, people don't change their time, like my personal one, I don't. So they're typically an hour off. So that time I was able to determine that was approximately an hour off the system for fallback. So the morning hours there, I was able to easily just figure out that the system was approximately an hour off. So even though the system shows that it's 6:10, it was probably 7:10 a.m.
Okay, Okay, so it's an hour behind.
Correct, because if it was actually 6:10, it would have been dark outside still during that time.
Did you interview someone named Andrew?
I spoke with her. I don't believe I did a formal interview with her.
What was her last name?
Miss Johnson?
Okay, so you're calling her Andrea? Is that the Johnson who testified earlier?
I need clarification. There's a few women I spoke to.
Why did you not, if you talked to her by phone, am I correct?
Correct.
Why did you not do a face-to-face interview or a video recorded interview or something?
Which one is Andrea? The Andrea.
Well, you said Johnson.
Which last name are you referring to? Because I spoke to a couple women.
Right, and one of them was named Andrea.
Okay. Was that the one that I would have to recall my affidavit if that was the one that worked at Buddha?
May I approach?
You may.
See if this.
I believe so.
Do you know her last name?
Can't recall it right now. I have it in my affidavit.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Judge?
You may. All right. Any objection? All right. You can step down and you're excused. State and call their next witness.
Through notes, sketches, video, we also collect items and process them. And I also do fingerprint comparisons and digital forensics.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've gone through over the course of the years?
Over 1,000.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. Did you have occasion to go to a residence at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that location?
We responded there for a search warrant for a death investigation.
And what did you do when you arrived at that particular location?
I met with officers on scene. They explained everything. I took photographs starting with the exterior and took overall exterior and interior and then progressed through the scene.
What was the purpose of taking overalls as far as photography goes?
To document everything from a distance, so that way when you examine it closer, you can see the orientation and the location.
And then you also indicated that you went ahead and took photographs of the interior as well?
Yes.
Now, if I may approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you a whole stack of photographs here that have been already previously admitted into evidence.
I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of 4838 Tudor Drive?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm also showing defense counsel's producing mark states exhibit number 10F, 10G, and 10H.
You may.
Possible also handing was producing mark as 10F, 10G, and 10H. I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the interior of the items that you collected from Miss Christine Melton's body?
Yes.
Judges, they move 10F, 10G, and 10H in evidence at this time?
No objection.
All right. There'll be a minute.
Now, after you go ahead and photograph and collect the various items on the interior, do you also go ahead and prepare what's called a diagram?
Yes, somebody on scene usually does, yes.
And what would be the purpose of preparing the diagram?
Just another form of documentation to show the orientation of things.
When we say orientation things, you're talking about items that are contained within the residence in relationship to each other.
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some producing mark that states exhibit number 11. approach.
You may.
Ms. Councilman Haney was previously marked State's Exhibit number 11. Are you familiar with that particular item?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that item?
it's a diagram taken of, or made of the residents at Tudor Drive.
And that diagram fairly and accurately depicts the items in relationship to each other based upon the photography and the photographs that you took on the 7th of October of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge State moves State's Exhibit number 11 into evidence at this time as well.
Be a minute.
Judge, if I may approach and collect the various items to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Potts, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to your right. States 10, that's a photograph of obviously the mailbox, which orients us to the exact address to which you were dispatched. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at 10A, what are we looking at there?
That is the exterior of the residence, a little closer from the mailbox to show the whole outside from the front.
Now, to assist us in when we enter this particular residence, I'd like to show you the diagram, State's Exhibit number 11. Can you orient us with regards to where the front door would be?
The front door is in the bottom right corner with the line that is kind of at a 90-degree angle in and out.
So directly where my pen is and where it says we're in entrance, is that right?
Yes.
And as we enter into the front door, directly to our left, what area am I referring to as I'm circling the first big rectangle that's to the left of that area?
The furthest to the left is the living room area and then the dining room table area.
And if we proceeded in the front door and moved our way back into this particular diagram where it says kitchen, is that in fact indeed the kitchen?
Yes.
And then if we went to the left here and we see this item here that looks almost like a elongated cloud, item C, I believe, or L, excuse me. What exactly are we looking at in that particular photograph or diagram?
That is the female body that was in the doorway wrapped in the bedding.
How far would you say that particular item was in relationship to the doorway?
It was in the middle of the doorway.
And from the front door, how far would you say it would be? Approximately.
I'm not sure on the distance, but
So if I directed your attention here to what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 10B, is that the doorway that you're referring to? Back where actually the cat is located, and in that doorway we see it looks like a pile of bedding.
Yes.
And that's that cloud object that's depicted in the diagram.
Yes.
So then, as we make our way to 10C, what did you do when you observed that particular pile of bedding and clothing?
Photographed it.
Did you do anything more with it at that point in time?
No.
And then we're looking at 10D. That's a closer up photograph of the bedding and the clothing that's tied around it.
Yes.
Now, is this photograph one that you took as well, 10E?
Yes.
Now, after you took these particular photographs, what did you do next?
Waited for the medical examiner to respond.
And did they respond?
Yes.
And what did you do after they responded?
We had to take the bedding apart layer by layer and photographed everything as we removed it.
So when we're referring to State's Exhibit number 10F that you just identified, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That is clothing that was tied together and wrapped around the outside of the bedding.
And what kind of clothing was that was being utilized to make the ties?
I believe that one is a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a bra.
And then we're looking at 10G, where we're looking at in this photograph.
That is a white scarf that was used it was wrapped around her hands.
And did you ultimately remove that scarf as well?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking here at item 10H?
Yes.
Now, when you discovered the body all wrapped up in those sheets and tied up with that clothing, what happens to the clothing that you had gone ahead and unwrapped the body with?
Each item was left tied as it was and was packaged separately and collected as evidence.
And what do you do when you collect evidence?
We submit it to our evidence unit, and most of those items were sent for additional testing.
Now, when you collect these particular items, how is it that you are processing them when you get them back to the lab?
They're laid out on butcher paper and photographed in the lab setting, usually with a scale.
And do you ultimately wind up going ahead and placing them into specific bags into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what's involved in doing that?
If something's collected from the scene, we put it in a bag at the scene, and then we transport it back to the lab, and it's in my custody that entire time.
Is that to maintain integrity and control over that specific item?
Yes.
Coming approach, Judge?
Yeah.
Let's reflect on showing defense counsel previous marks cases in number 16, 17, and 18. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Response to handing was producing marks cases in number 16, 17, and 18. Do you recognize each and every one of those items that are currently before you at this time?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
By the sticker on them with my handwriting and case documentation.
And are you aware of whether or not those items are in the same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request assistance as it relates to all three items with a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves, so that way she may examine each item. Area.
Yes.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 17. Would you kindly look into that bag and see if you recognize that item?
Be admitted.
Public judge.
Yeah.
The inside of the cheeks
And what is the purpose of collecting buccal swabs?
to obtain a known DNA standard.
And would that be from the saliva obviously contained within the mouth?
Yeah, the saliva and skin cells.
There's not the record reflect on showing defense counsel previously marked as Station 38. May I vote?
You may.
Response on handing was previously marked as Station 38. Please take a look at that item, see if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the sticker and my handwriting with the case documentation.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And what is different about that particular envelope?
There's additional sealing from FDLE and an additional sticker.
That means that it was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, State Blue State's Exhibit 38 in evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right.
On Ms. Potts, did you untie, apparently there were some sort of clothing tied around the, what was it, a mattress?
It was like the mattress pad and the foam cover and sheets and blankets,
Okay, and what was tied around them?
clothing items.
Okay. Did you undo those clothing items?
I did not untie them. We carefully pulled them off to keep them in the same condition they were in.
All right, and that's how you sent them to FDLE?
Yes.
When you executed the search warrant, the body search warrant, some of Mr. Wilson's clothing had stains on them?
Yes.
Did you test for blood or any other substance?
Yes, I did test them for blood with presumptive testing.
I'm sorry,
I did do presumptive blood testing on them, yes, on the stains.
and were they negative?
Yes.
You process Miss Melton's house for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And you took fingerprints from Mr. Wilson?
I did not take fingerprints from him.
Did you compare the fingerprints that you collected from the house against what you were advised were Mr. Wilson's fingerprints?
A different analyst did the fingerprint comparison.
Who was that, ma'am?
Lisa Lansky did the report.
Did you process any of the items that were around the body for DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I collected swab samples from almost every item I collected, and I don't believe those were sent for testing.
They were what?
They were not sent for testing.
Why not?
Because we're allotted a certain amount of items that we're allowed to send, and we can only continue testing if there's not evidentiary value found from the initial items.
And I take it, since you weren't able to send these items, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in what was submitted.
No, that means there was.
There was.
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they send the rest of the items that you processed, that you located?
It was not requested.
Did you process Miss Melton's car?
I did not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Potts, for clarification, when you conducted your body search warrant of Mr. Wilson, do you know approximately how many days or how much time after you processed the scene did that body search warrant take place?
It was the same night.
It was the same night?
Yes.
Now, the items that you had gone ahead and collected that were not sent off, are you aware of whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement goes ahead and continues testing various items that are found around a particular item or a specific item of interest once they've confirmed specific DNA?
They usually will not continue testing.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So it's FDLE's position, to your knowledge, in a homicide case, that they only test a limited number of items?
Yes. Depending on the evidentiary results that they get.
So if the items test positive to begin with, they don't want any more?
They may accept additional items, but they will not take every item from a case, no.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can
May I
step
ask
down.
that she be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. You can step down.
Then I did a residency program.
What type of background do you have that allows you to be a medical examiner?
I did a bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I did a residency program in anatomic pathology at NYU. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Miami-Dade.
Dana's a Speedo man. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana loves Speedo. He loves his Speedo. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana. So I thought I'd mix it up a little bit just to wake everyone up. Are we all ready? Are we all awake, everybody? I love that Zoom Zoom. I love the Zoom Zoom. I love the Zoom Zoom, people. I cannot wait. This is why I'm covering 2 trials from tomorrow onwards, because I can zoom. Let's take a 1 minute break here whilst I play this for Dana and Dennis if you haven't seen it. Here you go, people. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone.
Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two Speedos Pro. See you in Boston, boys. I love that. Dennis Sweeney, let's fucking go. I hope Brenda likes it, Dennis. I actually likes it as well. There you go, everyone. Right, let's get back to the trial. But a little bit of intro there for you. I know the ladies likes to see Dana and Dennis in the Speedos. Don't you have clips for the guys? Hey, I think it's one of those. Hey, Ken, to be fair, let me explain something to you, Ken. So the ladies have to look at this, and there's not many other men here, so I have to give them a treat. I have to give them those two, right? You, Ken, and myself, and every other guy, Bill and Dean and everybody. Look at all these beautiful women we got. Look at that. Look at the profiles. Look at it. Look at them. Some have taken the profiles down. So, very beautiful ladies here. So we can have a perv just through watching them. There you go, nothing. So that's why I do it. That's why I do it. You got it. She said it thinks I could wear a giant band-aid. There you go. Another good-looking one, Sarah P. So that's the reason. Dylan knows where his bread is buttered. Absolutely, I do. Right, we'll get back to it. But yeah, best looking chat ever. Oh fuck, what did I press that for? Here we go. This one.
Medical examiner's office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
After training, almost 5 years now.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology actually is?
Yes. So pathology is a branch of medicine that studies disease, just like internal medicine is also a branch of medicine.
And what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology would be a subspecialty of pathology, just like, for example, cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. And what forensic pathology focuses on is determining the cause and manner of death by examining a dead body, as well as reviewing medical records and whatever information we have to make that determination.
And what is anatomical pathology?
Anatomical pathology is just, when you talk about pathology, you have anatomical and clinical. Anatomical focuses more on studying disease, like organs. So we do a lot of, for example, when you have a biopsy that would get sent to the lab, that's an anatomic pathology. So it looks at that under the microscope. So it's not just doing autopsies, you're also looking at a lot of slides to diagnose disease as well in any organ.
Now, over the past 5 years that you've actually been a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably close to 1,400.
Now, in October of 2019, were you an associate medical examiner here in Lee County?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the autopsy of a young lady by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
In general, could you describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury the medical purpose for conducting an autopsy?
So like I was saying, we conduct autopsies to, the main reason is to determine the cause and manner of death for a decedent, as well as to document disease and injury as well on a dead person.
Please explain for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly the cause of death is.
So the cause of death is the disease, the injury, or it could be a combination of both that causes the death of an individual.
And when you refer to manner of death, what do you mean?
So manner of death is just a classification of how the cause of death came about. So it can be classified as natural, somebody that dies, for example, of old age or just heart disease. It can be an accident, like, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. Suicide, when somebody takes their own life. Homicide, which is deaths at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is when it could either fit into more than one of those categories, or we don't have enough information to put it into any of those categories.
Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton on the 8th of October of 2019. Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began conducting the autopsy of Miss Melton?
So when we first received the body, it's sealed and locked in a body bag. So we begin the autopsy by doing an external examination where we document everything on the body, things like height and weight, and just the general appearance of the deceased, as well as any injuries or any markings that might be on the body. And we also collect evidence as well while we're doing the external examination.
Would you please tell us what, if any, injuries that you observed on the body of Miss Christine Melton during that you were conducting the external examination?
She had some small bruises on her neck and the left side of her face, like almost towards her neck, as well as she had some small abrasions, which are kind of, I guess a layman's term would be saying like a scrape or a scratch, as well as some ecchymosis, which is basically saying a bruise. Like when you just bump your hand against something, for example, and you get like a bruise, that would be an ecchymosis. Scattered, she had small ones scattered throughout her body, like her torso and her extremities.
Did you notice any damage or injury to her hands?
She had a minute abrasion on her right hand, and she had artificial nails. And so some of the nails on her right hand were broken or like you could only see fragments of the artificial nails.
And did you have an opportunity to go ahead and photograph all these external injuries that you had just described?
Yes.
There's left the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked cases at number 13A, 13B, 13C, and also 13D. Any questions?
May.
Doctor, I'm handing some proofs and marked stations in number 13A, 13B, 13C, and as well as 13D. I see you take a look at those items, see if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that were taken during the external examination and autopsy of Ms. Melton.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Ms. Melton when you were conducting the autopsy of her on the 8th of October, 2019?
Yes, we do.
Judge State would move stations in number 13A, B, C, and D in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted. You may.
Now, Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 13A. Could you please orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the injuries that you are observing in this particular photograph so they give you any cause for concern?
So as you can see here, you're looking at the right side of her head, and you can see the upper part of her torso. The number 908-19, that's the number that was assigned to this particular autopsy, to Ms. Melton's case. And then if you look to the, I guess looking straight at it, it would be below the number. There's like a darker bruise on the right side of her neck. I wish I had a pointer, but oh, there you go. So that's the little bruise I was referring to on the right side of her neck.
And when did that indicate to you?
That she had a blunt force injury or a bruise on that side.
Okay. And as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 13B, what are we looking at in this photograph that gave you any cause for concern?
This photograph is the left side of her head, and again, you can also see the superior part of her torso. And in this photograph, the dark, I guess, mark is the best way to describe it. In the picture on the between her neck and her shin on the left side, that's the abrasion, or an easier way to describe it could be a scratch or a scrape on the left side. And if you look towards her shin, it's a little bit hard to tell with the glare, but there's like a little pink area right here. That's also a little bruise on the left side of her shin.
Doctor, would it assist you to step down off the stand and approach the actual screen itself and allow yourself to orient the jury to what exactly it is that you're referring to?
Sure.
Court's permission.
Okay.
The abrasion I was referring to?
Objection, no question.
That's true.
Now, the abrasion that you're referring to in this particular photograph, would you please describe for us what gave you cause for concern in State's Exhibit number 13B? Would you please point to the abrasion that you're referring to? Okay. And what gave you any cause for concern as it relates to that particular injury?
You're gonna have to speak up louder because there's not a microphone over there.
At this point, I was simply documenting all the external injuries, so it gave me concern because it is an injury and it is on her body.
And because of its location, does that also give you any cause for concern?
Because it's on her neck, it's concerning, given the other findings I found during the autopsy.
What other injury were you pointing out in this particular photograph?
Right here?
You're referring to the bottom of her chin?
Yeah.
And what are we looking at when we're looking at the bottom of her chin?
There is a small bruise right there.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13C that's been entered into evidence. We're looking at in this photograph.
This picture is after the hands have been cleaned and the fingernails have been cut for evidence. So these are the two artificial fingernails that you can see.
I'm gonna have her speak up louder. You're gonna have her up there because I can't.
Please speak up.
And I was saying that, can you hear me?
Okay.
This picture is after the hand has been cleaned and the fingernails have been clipped to collect evidence. But what you can see here is these are the two fingers where the artificial nails, as you can see, are missing, and there's only two small fragments of them left over her nail.
And did these appear to have been broken off?
They appear to be broken off. I can't say when it happened, but they appear to be broken off.
Very well. Now, when we were talking about the discolor, when we talk about some of this discoloration that is reflected here in State's Exhibit 13B and 13A, could you tell us a little bit about the discoloration that we're observing in these particular photographs?
So she has a mix of lividity and congestion on her face. So lividity is a post-mortem change that is based on the position that body is in after the person has passed away. So all the blood flows towards the side that you're laying on, and you get this discoloration on the face. And you can also get congestion with there are certain things that can cause the face to get congested as well. Marked discoloration that you can see as well as around her eyes. You can see some marked congested with a little, almost looks like little red bruises around her eyes.
Do you know when those particular bruises actually occur? Well, what I mean is, would those have occurred before she died, at the time of death, or after death?
Somewhere between around the time of death or before. It could be either one.
Thank you, Doctor.
You can return to the stand.
Doctor, the external injuries that you observed and photographed of Ms. Melton, after you conducted your external examination, what is your next step in the process?
That's where we do the autopsy, which is what you always see on TV, where we start with the Y-shaped incision. We reflect the skin, and we examine all of the organs. And in this particular case, we actually reflected the skin of the extremities as well to look for injuries.
Okay. When we were talking about a Y-cut incision, what do you mean?
You start at the shoulders, and you go down towards the center of the chest. So that's the top part of the Y, and then you extend it all the way down to the inferior part of the abdomen. So that's the Y-shaped incision.
Okay, and when you say we were reflecting the skin, that means basically pulling it back and opening up the body. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you conducted the Y incision on Ms. Melton and began the external examination or internal examination of her body, what did you find?
She had hemorrhage on the subcutaneous tissues of her neck, which are the tissues right under the skin. And I could also see hemorrhage over the muscles on her neck. Was the first thing we saw after starting the autopsy.
Now, with the court's permission, I'd respectfully request the doctor to step down once again and approach the screen. And
which exhibit do you have?
State's Exhibit 13D, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Hi, life artist. Hello, Keith.
Doctor, when we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 13D, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the neck from the inside. So the more, this area right here, that's the skin that has been reflected towards the top of the head. And these right here, those are the muscles of the anterior neck that have also been reflected upwards as well. So what you can see is there's hemorrhage on most of those muscles on the anterior neck. Here, all of these muscles as well. And what we're doing is we're reflecting those muscles layer by layer to see how deep that hemorrhage extends to. And in her case, when we keep reflecting those muscles, it goes all the way to the deeper muscles as well as on the surface of the thyroid gland, which is sitting right over the thyroid cartilage.
What do you mean when you say that when you began reflecting the muscles, it went deeper?
So we start with the muscles that are more superficial. We start with what's called the sternocleidomastoid muscles, which are the big muscles that are more towards the side right here. And then we start with the next layer on the anterior neck. And once you reflect that, you pull it up, there's another muscle under it. So you keep going deeper into the muscle. That's what I mean by
Does the deeper the muscle and the deeper the discoloration also correlate to the amount of force necessary to create that kind of injury and trauma? What do you mean in a way?
I can't tell you how much force, but yes, in order to make it go deeper, you have to be a stronger force or a harder object of force.
So the more pressure, the deeper the damage or deeper the injury. Is that right? And when we're looking at this particular photograph in general, there are a number of dark discolored areas around the neck area that indicate injury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those are hemorrhage.
And that's because the deeper or the more pressure that's used around the neck area, the deeper the injury that's caused. Okay. As you return back to the stand, please. What other injuries did you see on the interior of Miss Melton?
So when we reflect, and again, it's the same thing, we pull it back, the scalp, which is essentially the skin around your head. There were hemorrhages or contusions on both sides of the scalp. She also had contusions on both lungs. She had a small contusion on her transverse colon, which is part of the large bowel that is going horizontal at the upper part of your abdomen.
Let's talk about the scalp injury. You indicated that there was a hemorrhage there as well. Contusion?
There's contusions, yes, on both sides of the scalp.
What does that mean?
It's hemorrhage on the inner surface of the scalp.
How would one get damage to the interior of the scalp?
So those are consistent with blunt force injuries.
So someone actually striking someone, or the head actually striking something?
It could be either one, yes.
You indicated that there was also damage to the lungs or injury to the lungs?
Yes.
Okay. What damage did you see or injury did you see to the lungs?
So there's hemorrhage on the surface as well as extending slightly into the parenchyma or the inside of the lung. So those are what we call contusions on the lungs, which are also evidence of blunt force injuries.
When we're talking about contusions, is that a fancy word for bruising?
Yes.
So when we're talking about bruising to the lungs, how much force or pressure would it take in order to do that?
I mean, that's kind of like a hard question to answer. I can't say exactly how much pressure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if someone punched you in the lungs pretty hard, that would cause that kind of damage or injury?
If they punch you in the chest, yes, they could do that.
You also indicated that there was damage to the colon area.
Yes.
And would you please describe what injury that you saw there?
Same thing. It was hemorrhage on the surface of the colon, and it's a transverse colon, so it sits towards the top of your abdomen.
And what type of damage did you see there?
That's also a blunt force injury.
And once again, that's actually someone striking you, or you actually striking something. Is that right?
That's right.
Was there any other damage that you saw on the interior of Ms. Melton?
She also had a contusion to her liver and one to her bladder. She had a ruptured cyst in one of her ovaries, but that type of cyst could rupture due to trauma, but it could also rupture due to strenuous exercise and other activities. So I can't say whether or not that was due to the trauma.
Let's talk a little about the damage to the bladder. What did you see there?
So similar to where I was explaining in the lungs, it's also hemorrhage on the surface of the bladder, and it extends all the way to the mucosa, which would be the inner surface of the bladder where the urine is held. So it'd be like hemorrhage on the tissues right there.
And would that also be consistent with blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as it relates to the liver, what did you know was trauma to the liver?
So that one would also be blunt force trauma, the contusion to the liver.
So based upon your complete autopsy examination, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your conclusion was in this particular case?
So in this case, based on what I was explaining earlier in the neck, how she had hemorrhage extending from the superficial muscles all the way to the deep muscles, as well as the bruises on the outside of her neck. And also she had petechia on one of her eyelids and some petechia on her scalp itself. All of her autopsy findings taken together are consistent with death by asphyxia due to compression of the neck.
You just mentioned petechia of the eye and petechia of the scalp. Can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury in layman's terms what that means?
So petechia are pinpoint hemorrhage. So they're like a tiny little dot, and they're caused when your venous pressure goes up. So it causes a backup of the blood, and all of that pressure causes your little venules to burst. So you just create this little, like pinpoint, tiny little hemorrhage.
And that would have been as a result of the asphyxiation?
That's one of the causes for petechia, yes.
And doctor, did you also complete a death certificate in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect on joint defense counsel increase in Marcus Case 14. Commissioner Croce?
You may.
Dr. Mandy Goodson, briefs in Marcus Case 14, answer to that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the death certificate for Christine Melton.
Is that a certified copy of the death certificate?
Yes.
Judge statement would move Case number 14 in evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Doctor, when you, back in 2019, that's 5 years ago. You just like a brand new medical examiner?
Yes, I had recently started at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. When did you start it there?
September of 2019.
So this was 1 month after being there.
Yes.
Did you take, or as part of your protocol, did you take DNA scrapings from under Miss Melton's nails?
We take the fingernail clippings where they cut the fingernails, and we put them in the little envelopes.
But you yourself conducting an autopsy are not looking to collect DNA, are you?
We collect a DNA card from the decedent where it's like a little card with circles, and you put blood from the decedent on it.
Okay.
We collect the fingernail clippings, which I guess law enforcement would use to look for DNA under the fingernails. We'll do swabs if they request us to do a rape kit, like swabs of the mouth, the anus, the vagina. And if there's any secretions or anything we notice on the body, we may swab that as well.
Did you do a rape kit on Miss Melton?
I believe we did, yes.
And what do you do with that when you're done collecting the evidence?
We hand that over. We sign it, we seal it, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
And just what do you do to use a rape kit? I'm sorry. When you are going to complete a rape kit, what do you do as part of your autopsy?
You mean like how do I collect it? Is that what?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I usually have my technicians assist with that. And before we clean the body, once we open the body bag, we'll take swabs of, so the rape kit usually comes with swabs for the buccal mucosa, it swabs for the vagina and swabs for the anus as well. So we'll do all of those before we clean or start manipulating the body any further once we get it.
Do you as the doctor do those or are your technicians doing them?
They usually do those under my supervision.
Could the injuries to the neck area occur during rough sex?
Some of the injuries, I guess it's possible.
You mentioned various contusions on the body. Were there contusions on the exterior of the body that corresponded to what you found on the internal examination.
So, for example, one of the bruises on the right side of the neck, there was hemorrhage corresponding to that area. Some of the bruises on her extremity, I don't remember the exact locations, had hemorrhage under the skin corresponding to those bruises. But not all of them had a bruise that you could see on the skin over them.
Well, like you said, petechiae. How long does it take to, I think you said those were burst capillaries?
They're burst little venules, so they're some of the smallest blood vessels in the body.
How long does it take for one of those things to burst?
I can't really give you a time frame. That would probably depend on how much pressure you're applying. The higher the pressure, the faster they would burst.
So they could burst in basically seconds, depending on what's happening.
That's correct.
And you found those on an eyelid. Did you find any in the eyeballs?
She had ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the eyeballs. So I can't say definitively if those were petechia, that they can become confluent. So when you have petechia close together, they can kind of coalesce. So it just looks like one big ecchymosis rather than a bunch of little petechia. But that's pretty much impossible to say if that's what happened in that case.
And how did you note petechiae on the scalp?
When you reflect it on the inside, that's where you see the petechia.
Okay. All right. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Yes, that's it. You'll collect the evidence. All right.
Inquire.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Luis Taboada Rodriguez.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
I have two last names. It's Taboada is Taboada, and Rodriguez is Rod. Okay, spell again. Rodriguz.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am the director of clinical service at Nova University.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. What were you doing on that day?
That day was the day that I went to my daughter's school. So I went there to pay the after school programs.
Where did your daughter go to school at the time?
That was Hector Cabrera School, elementary school at Cape Coral town.
Now, when you were going to the school, was there anything that caught your attention?
When I went out is when it got my attention, and I went to the office. I paid the after school program, and I went out. I saw in the entrance of the school a woman purse, and this is what that got my attention. So I turned and I grabbed the purse and give to the police office inside the school in the office.
All right. Now, when you saw this purse, where exactly was it? Was it in the road or on a sidewalk?
It was in the middle of the road, but it's in the main entrance of the school. I think it's a school property, not in the street.
When you saw the purse, what did you think at the time when you saw it?
I saw that probably some mom dropped it. I have seen people leaving stuff in the top of the car, and I saw that.
So you said when you saw it when you were driving?
Yes, when I went out from school.
And you stopped and picked it up?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 23, 24, and 24A. Sir, I'm showing you States Exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. Are these photographs of the purse that you picked up from in front of the elementary school and turned it to the school resource officer?
It was kind of brown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was kind of brown, but it was a woman purse.
Okay. So you're not for sure whether this is it, but you did pick up a purse and turn it into the school resource officer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you left the purse with the school resource officer, did you give him your name?
No, basically they know me there because I already paid for the after school programs. And no, I just gave the purse and tell the office that I don't know what was inside. Just the purse was open. I saw some stuff there like cards or, but I didn't open it and check anything. So I gave to them.
Okay. And did you then give a statement to Cape Coral Police Department about the purse that you found?
I did.
All right, this time the state tenders a witness.
No cross.
Very well. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you so much.
That he be excused.
Any objection?
No.
All right. If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Bye, bye, sassy. Sassy bartender, take care, my darling. Zoom in it just a little bit. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ba-ra-ba-ba-ba-ba. I don't understand them, such as why you fancy this guy, the defender. I don't get it.
The record.
Dawn Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, where do you work?
I worked at Benson and Associates.
Say again, please.
I worked at Benson and Associates.
That was back on October 7th of 2019. You were working there?
Yes.
What type of a company is that?
Interior design.
What was your role for them?
I was just like a staff person that helped out in different areas.
Now, back on October 7th of 2019, about what time did you arrive to work?
6:30
Was that in the morning or evening?
morning.
When you arrived at work, where did you go?
There's 2 offices. I went into the administrative side.
Now, is the administrative office connected to the other office?
I don't think they're physically connected, no.
So you would have to go outside one office to get
Yes.
to the other office?
Yes.
Now, once you got inside the office, did something attract your attention?
Not till later, not till I moved to the other office.
And once you moved to the other office, what attracted your attention?
Someone passed closely to the door that of the office I was in, did not have a shirt on. It was early. I think after 7:30, it was still pretty early. Not many other businesses were open at that point.
This person that passed by without a shirt on, were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
Man,
And did you notice any tattoos?
there were tattoos.
Now, what happened after the man passed by?
Nothing. It was split second of my view. I just went back to work.
As you were working again, did something else attract your attention?
When I was in the back, I heard something that drew my attention to look outside.
What did you hear that drew your attention?
I don't remember exactly what it was I heard. It was enough to draw my attention to come out of the back.
Did it sound like a voice?
Yes,
And did it sound like a female voice or male voice?
I would, most likely a female, it sounded to me.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, when you heard this voice, what was it that you did?
I continued to look outside.
What did you see when you looked outside?
Some kind of a struggle between this man and someone else I could not see.
The struggle between the man and the other person, were you able to observe any part of that person?
Of the other person,
Correct.
I could just see hair,
And what color was the hair?
blonde.
Did you see whether the man had his hand on this person's hair?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, how long did you watch this struggle go on?
I would say it was a short time, maybe a minute. I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the car that was next to them?
There were 2 cars. There was one parked in front of where the doorway is to this office, and there was another car behind that.
Did you know the owner of either of those cars?
I didn't remember at the time that the car next to the office was for an employee from the office.
The other car next to the employee's car, was that a car that you recognized or knew about?
No.
Now, after observing this struggle, what did you do?
I called the police.
And did they get there right away?
It didn't seem like it.
Now, was anybody else in either of your offices at that time?
I was the only one in this particular office. There were the other staff members in the other office, the administrative side.
Were you able to let them know about what was going on?
Yes, after I hung up with the police, I called the other office to let them know.
And did you make sure that your door was locked?
Yes.
Eventually, did police show?
Yes.
And did they ask you about what had happened?
No.
So at some point, did you give some information to a police officer?
Yes.
And that was at a later date?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
About what time was this? After 7:30, 8 o'clock?
The incident?
Yes.
Sometime after 7:30.
Nothing further.
All right.
Ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can sit down and you're excused.
And we're going to need a break before the next few witnesses.
Okay.
Right, so what we feeling? I got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night.
Yeah, tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Ooh. What are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying it? I'll be honest with you, I don't see him being very attractive as a tattoo. So I disagree with Dumpster Juice when she says he's very attractive. I don't personally see it. I could see him attractive before all that, but not like this. So I'd have to disagree with you, Dumpster Juice, on the good looking element of it. As we say, spread your legs, spread your legs, spread your legs now. But we won't say too much about that. Lefty, how are you, fella? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. To see you nice. They were not that trash. Dennis Sweeney, yep, he's toast. He's done for. The best thing is you just skip here. If I were in Canton PD, they would have been on scene within the hour. Did the last thing once I gone? Yeah, I sang a little bit, Terzia. Only a little bit, nothing major. Tonight's gonna be a good night. I'm on to late night. There you go. All the ladies love a bit of tattoos. Right, let's transition into the next. We got about an hour and a half left, I think. Right, hang on. What do you want? What should we play? I'll transition it with El Jefe.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
If you just stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Thank you, Tizia.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobosian.
And Ms. Slobogian, you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October, 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota and I was like, I want to go see some friends. So I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade, who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She
And,
introduced me to him.
and do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today?
Hmm.
See nodding your head, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identify Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving. And then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house because I was right around the corner.
And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did. And she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that time?
Yeah.
But how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing. And the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back.
When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there?
So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here. So I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there. And the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm from unconscious Bruce Marcus, Stacy number 19. Okay, approach, Judge.
You may.
Now, Ms. Fuji, I'm showing you some Bruce Marcus, Stacy number 19. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's Mila Spa.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia Spa?
Mhm.
Judge State moves Stacy Zimmerman 19 in evidence at this time. No objection.
You admitted?
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot and you've gone ahead and parked and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You get out of your car?
No.
Okay. Does Mia or Ms. Martinez get out of her car?
Yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth. And then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards. And then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey trying to hold on. And he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Ms. Martinez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
How much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did anyone else see?
There was a
what
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Ms. Martinez?
Instantly, when he punched her, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
It was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Ms. Martinez?
No, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. Honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating her, you said he ultimately wound up leaving?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And after he left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live off of, you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding?
Yes,
what
I
you
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Go across.
All right, you may sit down.
Go to this house with
Yes,
him?
I express.
So did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I express at least.
So did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times. He was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No.
How did you find out that your vehicle was?
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car?
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well. And she said, "It's okay, come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8 something, 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And
Fucking hell! She's just got me. She's just got me demonetized after all those. Bloody hell! You don't say the C word. What the freaking Nora? Anyway, back we go. I'm going to stretch for a bit, so I'm going to go off. I'll still hear. I'm just going to stretch a little bit.
just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point? Now, the phone number that I'm going to, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Objection, Judge. Be admitted.
At this time, the state pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records would also move 21 into evidence. If I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
you approach?
May.
Into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress. Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your
He's
dress?
pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I started to get beat.
Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes. So I either get dragged, pulled, can't remember by my hair, arm, or dress, I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase and I'm holding onto that and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away.
help.
From him.
Yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress. Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you as
Yes.
you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch. Was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my front, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios?
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right. You see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car? Go
this here.
that door right there.
Okay, so I'm looking then. You're directing me, or
I'm running down the stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the record that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant of the photograph.
Mhm.
There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and or that morning and what
So
happened?
they came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay. And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
May.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
That's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand, in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff. Yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatening to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Sustained.
number.
Hold on.
Okay, so
This
let me,
is my
You have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am, you
number.
have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling
Yes.
that day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and tender the witness?
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
I've only just noticed that Wade Wilson, he walks up as well. I'd only just noticed that on this one. That's because I'm zoom in. But here he is. He's up for the sidebars as well. Obviously, he's got some guards around him as well. But okay. No, I've not played any phone calls, Josie. No phone calls. I'll go do afterwards. So there you go. Right. Sidebar. Let's fast forward.
Did you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know that the answer to that question.
When you were at the Buddha Bar or before going to the Buddha Bar, were you using cocaine?
Yes.
Your cocaine?
No.
Who's
He had some.
he being Mr.
Wade
Wilson?
Wilson. Hmm.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
I do not recall.
Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know. Okay, so it wasn't. You didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now the phone number 239-333-5924. That's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes.
That was on the phone.
That is
your phone.
My phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and.
Yes, and noticed I missed multiple phone calls. Yes.
Okay, and then you called him.
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not. I do not recall, but one of those happened. Yes.
But you said that he was name calling.
Not at first. At first, he was very like, "Where are you? How do I meet you?" All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry.
Yes.
And you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore.
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Yeah.
How did Mr. Wilson get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me, and the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need, and I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time, and I have keys. And often the person I'm with, I say, "Will you put your keys in my pocket?" And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't
steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
Nothing further, Judge.
You read.
Nothing further. I asked that she be released.
Any objection?
No.
She can be excused. You step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. School in Cape Coral, Florida,
Yes.
in Lee County.
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming with his student. He ended up leaving the campus. And then several minutes later, he was back in the front office and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. I didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
I find this quite hard, this trial. I'm not sure about all of you, but I just don't understand why we got a trial here. This is quite an easy guilty already. I know he deserves innocent unless proven guilty, but fucking hell, this guy's a psycho. I mean, I don't know what the defense is going to be.
So I'm just trying to scratch my head. Not that head, this head. I'm just trying to scratch my head. Like, what are we doing? Like, I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I just think that he might have thought, I'm fucked anyway, so let's just have a day out, a few days out. But maybe he wasn't giving up. Like, why did he just not go guilty? Do you know what I mean? From everything I've seen now, I've never seen such a guilty person before. Yeah, he wants a day out. He wants a day out. He wants a day out because he was cocky enough. I know. Think of Dara Brooks who ran over. I think. Yeah, I never saw that. Yeah, I never saw that trial. I don't know. Okay, take your mind off it. Take these glasses off. I've done it twice now. Daffy, what are we doing? You like my glasses? What? He loved the attention. He must do. Disturbing, evil person. I agree. I never disagree with Lisa anyway. There's an enormous lack of remorse, empathy. This guy's thick as shit. Do you all think that makes you scratch your head? We should rewatch Brooks. Christmas, maybe. Christmas, maybe. Can you give the cliff notes of what he's accused of? All I know so far is he's accused of leaving a lady. I forget her name. I'm just trusting Dumpster here, Corn Pope, if I'm being honest. So I'm going by what but Dumpster fancies him. So I don't really know what I'm going with her for. But yeah, he unalived a lady. But I don't know if he's done more than that, though. I know he's killed one person, but I don't know if he's done more than that. And he can't drive. He can't ride a stick. He's not like you ladies. He can't ride the stick, you know. So, which is weird. Thank you, Daffodil. You can't tell he loves being in the spotlight. Yes. So we'll listen to him afterwards because yeah, this is right. They're more than one lead. Fine, but that's fine. Yeah, that's all I know at the minute. He's a monster. Something with the glasses, something of public. He pleaded not guilty, so he's wasting taxpayers' money. Agreed. Okay. There you go. That's the first problem. The Yontica trusted someone who refers to herself as a dumpster juice. I know. And do you know what, Corn Pope? She's not even fucking here. She's not been here for the last hour. I mean, calling her name and calling her name. Call my name, call my name. Calling in dumpster, dumpster, dumpster juice. She's not even responding to anything. The mofo. Right, let's get back to it so you can see it. But yeah, I'm a little bit. Thank you, Tizia. Bad boys, bad boy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when you bad boy? You bad boy, bad boy. How do you go to yeah. Yeah. Cocky. I thought you said I thought you said something else there. Morning, darling. Hello, Mr. Meat Tuck. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. Da, 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 da. Usually your natural maturity this phase is grown out for most. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why everyone's laughing, but I'll take it. Right. Let's go back to it. Here we go.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not know.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail since I wasn't successful, and the front office was, couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafarata. I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafferata. And I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son. And that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. I wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the item that was turned into you at the school by the father?
The purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is,
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there.
There's
Okay, there's a vape and that's in State's Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's items?
yes, and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in State's Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because when the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Or maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
Okay.
Go across.
All right, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can be excused as well.
Of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
Okay. And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him. So that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October, 2019. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think, a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory. So there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir.
Or excuse me, 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
May.
Mr. Cuellar, showing you some previously marked as state's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Okay. Is that photograph fairly and accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, state move state's exhibit number 25 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'm showing you some previously marked as state's exhibit number 23, 24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No,
it's not the kind of purse that she would walk around with. Truthfully, but the purse and everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's Stacy's exhibit number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state we move to Stacy's exhibit number 24 in evidence. Let me see.
All right, 24 be admitted.
Permission to publish Stacy's exhibit number 25, Judge?
Wait, which one did you use? 25? Yes, you may. Sorry.
And then we have Stacy's exhibit number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Quay, are you familiar with your mother's phone number at the time?
I want to say yes, if I could take a guess at it.
Judge, that's the reflect on showing defense counsel producer Mark Stacy's exhibit number 26.
200, 223.
Mayor Approach?
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you what's producing Mark Stacy's exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read it out or
no? What is that?
It's her phone number. It's a 239 to 200 8319. Okay. It was one or the other, so that'll be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy number 26 in evidence at this time.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Sir, permission to publish it.
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of it, would it help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
5G, 5H,
5B and 5
5G, and 5H.
G and H. Sorry.
Approach it.
Yes.
I'm showing this producer Mark Stacy number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Okay. Is that photograph 5G and 5H accurately, fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, say we move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Square, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yeah, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel producer Mark Stacy number 30D and 30I. Commissioner Coach?
You may.
Square, I'm showing this producer Mark Stacy number 30D. You recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And what does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's in producer Mark Stacy number 30I. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, state move Stacy number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Post.
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, when your mother left for work that morning, did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first, and then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That would be a blur, honestly. After that,
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Sir, I just need to ask you. You said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house that day? You know?
I don't know correctly though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm gonna assume around that time.
So that's the closest you can estimate?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. You can take a stand.
Please watch your step.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Ms. Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time. And sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Ms. Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge?
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name is James anyway. But I guess on that day, he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Ms. Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Ms. Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, so she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Directing your attention to the screen. Case number 25, is that Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yeah, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
So I'm going to show you some pre-stated marks, case number 23 and 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, State will move State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this time.
Objections? Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse?
Yes.
When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she got in this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have State's 24 that contained her the wallet.
Yes, that's her wallet.
And then 24A, that's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Can you
It's a
describe it for us?
ZTE cell phone.
ZTE phone?
Mhm.
Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
Show you what you previously admitted as state number 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
Then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you state's exhibit number 26. Recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, states 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
Okay. And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10, 15-minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15-minute walk to work on occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon when I actually get to my phone because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately.
And where'd you go?
Right to my house.
What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer coming to the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, had me identify the purse.
After Mr. Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said, thank you.
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of phone records, state's exhibit number 14 in evidence, 27 in evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number of exhibits?
27, Judge.
Okay.
How far was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Ms. Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would she have gone?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
So when you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right or left and immediate right.
Left or immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right. Any objection? All right, sir, you may step down and you're excused.
Originally from?
Originally, I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what did you see?
And then after, we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with the car?
We just see the back of the car. And from the front, you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No.
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
Well, we've never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there. But then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you say the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yeah.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that
Yes,
lot?
we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel State's Exhibit 28. So I'm going to approach you and show you State's Exhibit 28. It's an aerial photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes. That's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the smack dab center and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue?
Sorry, say that again.
So you're pointing to the center of the photo?
Yes.
And is your house facing Northwest 4th
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
Yes.
And I'm going to so at this time, the state would move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, sir, you were just describing where your house is on this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house
Yes.
where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where is a lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark is,
Yes,
it was this empty lot behind your neighbor's house?
That's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes.
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
Yes. It went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
Okay, and then which direction would be, if he backed out, which way would he have gone?
Up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place.
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
Mr. Hollander.
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was light out.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. from the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on that aerial photo where you first saw, first, where's your house? Okay, now, where's the car go? Where do you first see the car?
Yeah, backs out from here, and when it backs towards us like this, goes off that eye, and then it drives down at this angle to the road, and then it goes back up the road.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask for, can the jury see? Okay. Oh.
Okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you.
Yes, so directly towards us.
But the rear of the car.
Rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it was like through these trees here, and then after the road and up to the road.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You can sit down.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I guess that he be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're released.
May we approach her?
Yes. If not, can you just email them to all of us again?
Sure.
So that.
Right, that's number one done. That's one. What a done. Right, hang on. Before I said done, done, da 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 da. How many days are there? Fuck. There's a lot. You got 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock rock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock rock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock rock, 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 round the sun. Da, 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 da. So we got another 6, 13, 40, 50, 60, 70. About 17 hours to go, but there are breaks in that. Take that away. Okay. We are family. We're gonna smash through this bad boy. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. We are family. Hang on, because she's not here. Let me play it. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Ole, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin. Erin hack, 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 ole. Ba-da-ba-ba. You're my fire, Erin hack, 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 ole. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. My desire, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Right. Hang on. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. Oh, oh. See you in Boston, boys. Dana Leonard and Dennis Sweeney in their Speedos. There you go. Right. Perfect timing. You're in trouble. You've been missing for 2 hours, girl. We have been speaking about you very much so here, but you disappeared. Can't believe it. Dumpster juice. Can't chat on my TV. Here we go. Here we go, people. This old chestnut. This old chestnut. That's fine. Right, we're on day 2. I'm not the fucking mascot. Hey, it's your fucking trial. Right, here we go, people. Day 2 of the Wade Wilson trial. The only person that fancies Wade Wilson is Dumpster Juice. So, and she's back. So he must be looking good if she's back. I'm painting my house cry, baby. D-dums. Here we go.
Yes, Christine and I have been friends since we were in high school.
Where did the two of you meet?
In Illinois, where we grew up.
When did you meet?
When we were about 15 years old.
Whoa, hang on. We've done this. We've watched this. Oh, fuck. I got the wrong one up. That's not good, is it? If you got the wrong one up. Oopsie. Any hole's a goal, but you got to get the right hole. Hey, right. I got to go back. My bad. My bad, people. This is Dumpster Juice's fault. She's not keeping me. Oh, I know what I've done. I know what I've done. That's fine. Oh, I know what I've done. I know what I've done. We got the right hole here. We got the right one here. Got hold of it. Oh, you are my fire, my only desire. Uh-huh. Don't you dare, Dumpster Juice. Shut up. We had a deal. And hey, Nancy, Nurse Nancy, how are we doing, my darling? It's nice to see you. To see you, nice. Ho ho ho, I want it. Da-da. Da, da, da. I love that, Robin. Not that Dumpster Juice would note this. What's the DNS done now? Dumpster Delamos, look. Nurse Nancy's in the house, people. Here she is, lovely Nancy. Right, let me play this now then. We're on day 2. Actually, we haven't got that much left to go, actually. We got today and another day. Tonight is the night when two become one. Dumpster Juice and Bill become one. Ba-da-da. Billy Boy will be here and Dumpster will be here too. Ba-da-ba. Dumpster Juice and Bill, they are one. Ba-da-ba. Dumpster Juice and Bill, they love it. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Who's interested? You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Justin DeRosa,
And sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 18 years.
And in what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the K-9 unit.
And were you the sergeant of the K-9 unit back on the 10th of October of 2019?
I was.
Okay. What were your duties at that point in time?
That particular day, I was riding as a 2-man unit with another officer because my vehicle was being serviced. So while I waited for that to be done, I was just driving around with a traffic officer.
About what time was that?
Late morning, early afternoon.
And while your car was being serviced, did you ask your partner to do anything in particular that afternoon?
Officer Wilson actually advised me he wanted to go check out a
undeveloped kind of area in
Why?
the North Cape. We were looking for the missing female Diane Ruiz.
So you became involved in the investigation of the missing person, Ms. Ruiz?
Ruiz, sorry, yes.
Was that in passing or was that something that you were actively involved in?
That was in passing. I was not like assigned to the case or anything like that.
So you had some spare time on your hands?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. And you and Officer Wilson then said, hey, let's go check out this area.
Yes.
And where did you go?
So along Northwest 4th Place in that general area, but kind of north of Pine Island Road, there was a what would have been a development back during 2005, 2008, somewhere in then, and they had roads put in and a pond. And Officer Wilson was like, let's go drive that area and just check it out because not a lot of people even know it's there. So we just met up over there and we drove over there. There was another traffic officer in the area and we just started to drive the perimeter of the lake, which is kind of in the center of what the development would have been.
What prompted you to go to that particular location?
Just the general vicinity of where Mr. Ruiz was last seen. This would have been west of that location. Again, we knew that there was officers, detectives out looking for her, actively looking for her. We just said, well, let's try this area over here. Again, it was Officer Wilson's idea to really go check that area out. So give it, just go drive the area and see what we see.
So how many of you were there looking in that particular area at that time?
So me and Officer Wilson would have been in his vehicle, and then Officer Barkley was in his vehicle as well.
About how long had you been out there searching?
I would say, we were probably 15, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't very long.
And then what happened?
So we're driving the perimeter of the lake and just, looking down in kind of the weeds and things of that nature. Saw a single vulture circling a wooded area to our east. And Officer Wilson and I both looked at each other and said, well, let's go over there and see what we find. It was kind of it was like an undeveloped lot with some trees on it, really, kind of a wooded lot area.
What did that single vulture indicate to you?
Well, vultures usually circle, carcasses, dead animals, dead bodies, whatever. So we thought that might be something to go investigate.
About how far away were you at that time when you saw that vulture to the body?
Maybe 2 blocks. It wasn't very far, 2, maybe 3 blocks.
So you see this vulture in the sky, it's circling. You then what, getting back in your car and go where?
Well, Officer Wilson drove over up along Northwest 4th and kind of, again, the lot was wooded. He pulled his, he had a F-150. So we pulled the truck up around into the empty lot. And as we kind of started to turn north in the northern direction there is when we both recognized a body in the woods.
About how far off the road did you see the body?
We were off the road, so we had to kind of enter the lot and kind of make that turn before we really saw it. So 30 feet, 40 feet maybe.
So did you ultimately wind up getting out of your vehicle?
We did. Again, we didn't really get very close, but we began to tape the area off. I advised the detectives working the scene or the case. They were on another channel. Advised them what we had located. And again, we just started to make sure that the area was secure, put up crime scene tape, things like that.
So directing your attention to the image that we have portrayed up on the screen, states exhibit number 28. Does that fairly and accurately depict the area in which you found the body there at Northwest 4th Place?
Yeah, that would not be looking north. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would look east. Yeah. So right there on this lower part of the screen, that kind of loop that's the undeveloped community that we were investigating when we saw the vulture. So yeah, a couple blocks.
So after you went ahead and taped off that particular scene, what did you do next?
We just held the scene and waited for the detectives and other officers to arrive. And then later I returned because obviously they expanded the crime scene and did what they did. We have a mobile command vehicle and I was just assigned to that for security of the vehicle, of the command vehicle.
And this was on October 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Lee County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Hollander?
No cross, Judge.
All right. So you can step down.
Thanks.
Judge, at this time, I respectfully request that Mr. Doroso be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
He can be excused. You can just face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You can take a stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name is Jacqueline Fordham, manager of the forensics and the evidence units.
And what type of training experience allows you to do the job that you do?
I have a bachelor's in science degree from Florida Gulf Coast University in criminal justice studies. In 2007, I was hired on by the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician, which is basically your entry-level crime scene investigator. I was later promoted to forensic specialist, and then in May of 2021, took on the supervisory role.
So back in October of 2019, what was your role at that point in time?
Forensic specialist.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person by the name of Christine Melton?
I did.
Did you also become involved in the investigation of a missing person also known as Diana Ruiz?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation that you conducted as it related to Miss Christine Melton. Were you involved with the processing of a black Nissan Versa that was attributed to Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you were involved in processing?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what is involved in processing a vehicle?
For this specific case, the vehicle was towed into our secure evidence storage area. Once the search warrant was served, we photographed the outside of the vehicle, notate anything that stands out to our eyes, such as damage or blood, any type of shrubbery, or anything that seems a little bit off or unique to the vehicle. We do a 360 view photography of it. Once that is done, if any additional processing needs to take place on the exterior of the vehicle, that is done as well. That can include collection of paint scrapings or blood, or just additional photographs if needed. We then make entry into the vehicle and do the same thing inside the vehicle. So 360, several views of all of the areas of the inside of the vehicle to include the items that are inside of it as well. We then start to document any specific evidence that we need to collect.
So directing your attention here then to what's been previously admitted as 65A, that would be the back of the black Nissan Versa.
Yes.
And then 5B, that is the driver's side of the black Nissan Versa.
That's correct.
I note that the driver's side door, or at least the window anyways, has plastic wrapped around it. Are you aware of how that came about?
I am.
And how is that?
I was informed that a officer made entry to the vehicle by breaking out that window.
Would that be consistent with State's Exhibit number 5C, which reflects all the broken glass on the driver's side door as well as the floorboard?
It would.
Also inside that vehicle in State's Exhibit number 5D, we have a series of name tags. Now, were those found where in the vehicle?
I believe they were in the center console armrest area.
And then those items would have been placed on the passenger seat in order to photograph them. Is that fair?
Yes, that's one of the seats.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically what's been admitted as 5E. What's the significance of this particular photograph to you?
That is the glove compartment that is located on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And then, was there anything that was located within that glove compartment?
Yes.
Of any note?
Yes.
What was that?
A cell phone?
Would that be one of the same cell phone that's reflected here in 5G?
Yes.
I'd also direct your attention here to what's been admitted as 5F. What are we looking at in that particular photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side perspective. On the right-hand side of the photo, you'll see the backrest of the seat, the plastic piece that goes along the door, as well as the seatbelt of the passenger side of that Versa.
And I note that if one looks closely at this particular photograph, there appears to be some discoloration here on the plastic, as well as some here on the seatbelt.
That is correct. There is staining there, as well as if you're sitting in the passenger seat, the right-hand side of that, you can kind of see that area of discoloration on the seat itself as well.
When you noted that discoloration, what did you do with that particular discoloration?
It was tested using a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. All areas that were just pointed out tested positive for blood.
Did you also search the rest of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything else of any note underneath the driver's side, or excuse me, the driver's seat?
Yes.
What did you see there?
An additional cell phone.
Would that be what's reflected here in State's Exhibit number 5I?
Yes.
And then obviously
the back, which is reflected here in 5J.
That is correct.
Did you also find a Florida vehicle registration within that vehicle?
Yes,
Did you photograph that?
I did.
There's let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel's increasing mark. Case exhibit number 5K. Commissioner Brush?
You may.
I'm handing you some increasing mark to state number 5K. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that appear to be?
It is the photograph of the vehicle registration that I took for the Nissan Versa.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the Florida vehicle registration that you recovered from that black Nissan Versa at the time that you processed it?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, state move state number 5K in evidence.
No objection. You may.
Commissioner Polish?
You may.
Thank you. How long did it take for you to process that vehicle?
It was processed over the course of 2 days, beginning on October 7th and ending on October 9th.
Were you also involved in attending the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton?
I was.
And what was the purpose for you to attend the autopsy?
To photograph the decedent and also collect any evidence collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect any items as it relates to the autopsy?
I did.
Specifically, did you collect a DNA bloodstain card?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel increasing mark. State exhibit number 15. Commissioner Brush?
You may.
This morning, I'm handing you some increasing mark. State exhibit number 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the sealed envelope of the blood stain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Miss Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay. Who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager.
And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner-Brager in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, case exhibit number 28. Case exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left, and then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager is the one who photographed the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel producing market 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Commissioner Procius?
You may.
Board,
I'm handing you some previously marked as case number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. As you take a look at those items. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner-Brager took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge State would move case number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection. To be admitted.
Commissioner Poach.
You may.
Commissioner Poach.
You may.
Starting with some previously admitted as case number 29. Ms. Ford, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene, the body is visible top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing a shoe?
She was.
Was Ms. Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No.
Why not?
She was in an advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Ms. Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes.
Did they arrive on scene?
Yes.
And did they ultimately have Ms. Ruiz removed from the scene?
Yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in the state of decomposition out near the shrubs?
Sorry, no.
What did you do after you photographed Ms. Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken. And then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Mrs. Ruiz as well?
Yes.
Obviously, same purpose that you attended Ms. Melton's autopsy?
Yes.
And when you attended Ms. Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And that also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel from previously marked states number 32 and 33.
Which one is that? That's 30.
Commissioner Poach.
May.
Board, I'm handing you some previously marked states number 32 and 33. Ask you to take a look at those items. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that states exhibit number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item,
Yes, sir.
and you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And states exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item?
Correct.
And that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall. It wasn't cut. And so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand. So you can actually get impression. This is grass. So it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request that Ms. Fordham be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're released. State can call their next witness.
Judge, state would call Dr. Coyne.
Why so fast?
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
All right. So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the deputy chief medical examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy ultimately is to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like I would a person who walks into an office to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology, looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas let's say if you died in a car accident, you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death would be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unseal that lock, open the body bag, and begin examining the body in its natural state, that is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed?
The most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all these
Well,
by way of
I apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger, and she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries
Yes.
by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography?
Yes.
So if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
Yeah.
Marked with states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H.
You may.
Back in order. These, those three, Judge.
Okay.
Out of,
Approach.
feel they're unduly prejudicial, violation of 94-3.
Miss Diana Ruiz strangled, but we've also shown that she died as a result of blunt force injury. These photographs clearly depict that.
And we look at State's Exhibit number 30A.
Sure, this is a view.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
That's point I'm handing with the previously marked states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H.
Okay,
I see you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do. So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Miss Diana Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they move all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
Well, this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F on the
I'll let
initial.
you take a look.
And although you see discoloration within that area, discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side, there's some red purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind, as to point exactly what it is that you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm, and here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here, there's this red purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of drying here in her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that relation to actual hemorrhage into the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, it is.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the fat tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage. So in men, we have the Adam's apple more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. The top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in their neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also had some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. You can imagine the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Says F. 30F.
30. I apologize, 30F.
And you can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso, and I reflect the skin backwards. That is what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also a corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the trapezial bone.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the.
Here is the thyroid cartilage, and I don't know if you want to show the figure number, but
That's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
so if we all feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here, our area. That's the hyoid bone, which sits right above this, and you can see there's hemorrhage on the left side of the hyoid bone, which shows it's fractured. You can see the hemorrhaging there, hemorrhaging there. And there's the fracture right there.
You made mention in State's Exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see these little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides. And there are fractures in ribs numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11. And then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at two sets of fractures on one side and two sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair?
That's right.
What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that caused all those fractures together. So significant weight bearing down, or force bearing down upon the body.
You'd like to take a stand, Doctor? So would you say that I don't know, an automobile driving over a body? Could it cause that kind of?
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm gonna also show you 30H.
That's,
Recognize that?
yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body, the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken 30I that was also previously admitted.
That's correct, yep, also removed it.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well as to the tracheal aspect of the throat, can you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries we classically see in strangulation, where a person will place pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would cause that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But the pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck, takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels, which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold. You've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head. The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release the pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. And in her case too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4, all those vertebrae or the bones of our spine have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity. And so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have a hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time.
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
It's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
And doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
Cases in 31.
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to use cases in 31. That's your take.
I do. This is a Florida State certificate of death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that at this time, Judge, the state would move Stacey Zimmer 31 in evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's office back in October of 2019 as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all the associate medical examiners at the office at the time. They were all younger than me, a little less experienced, and so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
And what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, certainly just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, a swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Also, just if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions in the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was the brain was swollen or edematous, and that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died, not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
No further question for this
All right.
question.
Just a couple of questions if I can.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken.
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there, which
Okay. So there was pressure around that area.
of force, that had gone through there. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my hands from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
But it sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death or primary cause of death was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back.
Well, it's not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just talk to that.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
Yeah, but again, like I said, those injuries, if left unattended, you're asking me, that I only think that this could have caused death. No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp.
That's correct.
But you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
It's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right. And that comes to the surface and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head? You can only see it underneath the scalp.
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin. So you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to our internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this. The blood vessels that course through there get torn, and that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think. And as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin that I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from like being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. That's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. There no cracked vertebrae or anything like that.
No.
And no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck. We call it hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. But more than likely, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. Once again, with Ms. Melton, you cannot tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not know.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you can step down.
Sure. Thank you.
Recognize this exhibit.
Yes.
Yes. accused face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll swear you in. That's okay, right?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right, let me take a stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shanna Williamson,
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design,
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
Yes, our building is to the left, and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the,
That's a separate rental.
okay, so that's not yours?
The gray building on the right is the design library.
Over here?
Yes.
And which door is it?
It was the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the
All
door
the
right
way
there.
over to behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is, please?
Sure, it's State's Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office, and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right, and she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side, and she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars, looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out. And
Did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building.
Correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No.
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
As I was walking out the building, the girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
Okay. And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No.
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
Right.
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second level?
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, I'm just going to point to the picture here. Were they closer to the stairs or more over
They were
towards the loft?
farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
Okay. And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go. What are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
And when you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was in a way defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the
behind us.
door that you're talking about, is it the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
Then from your angle, how close did you get to the two of them?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
The one on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony.
In the building in the back?
The building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right, you can step down. Any objection for being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State call the next one.
Yes, Judge, say we call Officer Tim McCormick.
Name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at City of Fort Myers,
How long were you an officer with City of Fort Myers?
just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing? What were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer, and I was on Alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say Alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the Alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer, and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described vehicle and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo in the LCSO records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge, let the record reflect on between Council producing Martin States Exhibit 34 and 35.
Is it 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
McCormick, I'm showing you some producing Martin States Exhibit 34. I ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly accurately depict the parking lot there at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you some producing Martin States Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials, it does. You showed it to me in your office, and I initialed it.
Okay. And this is essentially the same summer conditions when you last saw it.
Yes.
Judge State moves states number 34 and 35 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Commissioner Paulus, Judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 34. That is, in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
If you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there. If you look to your left across the street is where Mila's spot would be.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was, he seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know what anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, will let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in. How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Al 41 by 5. ETA. Copy on 10-12. Hmm? I'll explain to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. Hmm? About this morning. Hmm? Hmm? Say again. Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's gonna happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off. I'm gonna detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. Wait, you don't have any trouble for me, okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna have you step out of the car, and I'm gonna detain you, not arrest, detain you right now, okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Mike, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Hmm? Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? Okay. Hmm? I will. No. Just relax. Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys. Keys. Wait, we're not gonna have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car. Wait. Just wait till my partner gets here. L 41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off. Back up. Yes, please. He's taking off, Fort Myers. Just ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes.
And was he responding in kind to you?
He was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you were giving him certain commands and you were asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean, if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes, that was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
Did you follow or did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time.
Okay. Why did you stop?
Because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime. It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Okay. Fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this registration.
Any questions?
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, we approach.
Okay.
And from my understanding, he just recently got out of prison. The court went on to do an extensive analysis on this particular claim when the defense counsel moved for mistrial and found that a ruling on a motion for mistrial is obviously within some discretion of the trial court, but it's.
Had you ever spoken to record?
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did, and I still do.
Okay. What is the address of that home?
2227 Northeast First Terrace, Cape Coral.
Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes,
Did you leave the house at any point?
yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes,
And were the doors locked?
yes,
And did you plan on having any guests or company staying at your house?
no,
At some time, did you receive a call from detectives once you had gotten to Ohio?
yes,
And did you learn that someone had broken into your home?
we did, yes.
Again, had you given any permission for someone to
No.
come to your home? And did you know the person that they found in your home?
No,
Had you ever spoken to Wade Wilson?
no,
Had you ever seen Wade Wilson?
no,
When he was arrested, he had told detectives he had taken some things from your home. Did you ever give permission for him to take anything
No.
from your home? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibits 36, 37, 37A, 37B as in boy, 37C, 37D as in dog, 37E, 37F, 37G as in girl, 37H, and 37I. Ms. Amlin, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
What does this exhibit show?
that's our house.
That's the house that you owned back in 2019 and the house you still currently own?
Right.
Then I'm going to show you the photographs. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
I can't tell what that is.
Let me just put it in perspective here. Goes with these three.
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
All right. Look at those.
This is our kitchen.
Okay, you just take a look and tell me. And I'll
Judge, we
ask
can't,
you.
yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, so you need to
Oh,
speak
I'm
up.
sorry.
No, not you, Mima. I'm talking to the attorney.
Yeah, just you just look through them and I'll ask you some questions about them
Okay.
later.
Okay,
Do you recognize these photographs?
yes,
And do they fairly and accurately represent your home?
yes,
This time the state would move exhibits number 36 and 37 and then 37A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
All right, Ms. Amlin, is that your home?
yes.
We identified the exhibit.
36?
Thank you.
Then I'm going to start with 37. Is this a window to your home?
Yes,
Now, it appears that there's a pane of glass or some screen that's been removed. Was that removed prior to you leaving for Ohio?
no,
So there was a screen and glass there when you
Yes.
left. Now I'm showing you 37B, the screen and glass. Is that the screen and glass that was part of that window?
yes,
And were those actually broken?
yes,
And did they need to be repaired?
completely.
And how much did the repair cost approximately?
We think about 250. We bought a new window and put it in ourselves.
Okay, so around $250 for that. Then going to the inside of your home, actually I'll stay on the outside, 37A, we see the window and the screen behind that structure. Again, were those there when you left for Ohio?
No,
Going now to the inside of your home, 37C. Do you recognize that backpack or anything on the counter or the stool?
the backpack, yes,
Okay, and whose backpack is that?
that's ours,
Okay, and was that backpack left on the chair before you left? Where was the backpack located?
in the bedroom.
And then what about this, looks like actually pants and shirt and belt that are sitting on the counter?
Those are probably my husband's.
And did your husband leave the belt or shorts or shirt on your kitchen counter?
No,
And if he had, you would have put them away?
right, we don't do that.
Then looking at 37D, that's just a close-up of a hat and backpack. Do you recognize that orange hat?
Not the orange hat,
Okay, but the backpack.
the
you
black
mentioned.
backpack, yes,
Now, looking at 37E, that's just the clothing that was set on top of your kitchen counter. Is that clothing, does that belong to your husband?
not those two, no,
And so you don't recognize those or know where they would have come from?
No.
But again, they weren't there when you left?
no,
Looking at 37F, do you recognize that belt?
honestly, no. I don't pay too much attention to belts.
All right. And when we look back at, actually, I'm going to just go on to the next one. 37G, did you leave your cupboards open?
No,
37H, it appears there's some White Claw empty cans and some, like a plastic Solo cup. Did you leave those empty cans in your cupboard there?
no,
And did you ever keep White Claw cans in your cupboard in that area?
no,
Then 37I, there are 5 empty cans of White Claw. Are those alcoholic beverages?
yes,
It's like a seltzer.
yes,
And did you and your husband have some drinks before you got on the airplane?
no.
Okay.
Those are in the
And
refrigerator.
so were those White Claws left out empty when you left?
No.
So all these were are different from how you left.
Yes, those were all full and in the refrigerator.
And about how much does White Claw cost?
I think about $15. It did then, probably more now.
Now, did you end up, both you and your husband, give a statement to law enforcement?
When?
Did you just tell them about what happened when they contacted you or that you didn't give him permission?
Oh, yes, I did. I was the only one up.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
No cross-examination.
All right. You may sit down.
The state calls Stephen Testaseca.
What did you just say? Stephen something sucker. He's a sucker. All right. Okay.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testaseca.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
About how far is Lakeland from Fort Myers?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
Oh, hold the right, everyone. Calm me tits. Calm me tits. Shari, calm me clams. Calm me clams. This is the father, Wade's father. Fuck, I didn't know that. So he was like 14. Oh, right. This could be a little bit juicy then. Right, let's get back to it. Let's get Bill. Stop your fucking whinging, Bill. You love it here. You get all the attention off the women, Bill. Biological dad. There you go. Thank you, Bill. You got all this attention with the women, so you got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. So come on, Bill. You father child like 14 to 15. Yes. Calm your tits. Calm your tits, everyone. Calm your clam, Shari. Shari loves the clams. Right. Here we go. Right. Here we go. Tits and clams, Shari. Loves them both. Turns. Oh, there you go. Hello. Hello, FM 2.0. Hey, stop in to say hi before heading into the board meeting. No worries at 2.0. Much love to you and Sean, and those of you been here long enough, you all know potentially criminal Sean. This is the lovely fiance 2.0. Thank you, my darling. Nice to see you. Hopefully, Clyde and everyone's all right as well. Much love to you and Sean, my darling. Tits and clams. Tits and clams. Yes, Shari, tits and clams. We love it. High five, air five. Similar, but no one likes to complain there. No, 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 you're right, Amy. He was a Lou barber. He was a Lou barber. Or do you mean labourer? That's funny as fuck. They just LJ Lou barber. I love that. Or he's been charged with what? A murder of 2 people and assault or something. Oh, dad turned him in. He should have stayed away from tits and clams. Yes. AB, beware. He still loves you. Because he confesses on the phone to him. People whine constantly about everything and the worst. That's Bill. The other day in chat, someone was all excited or was in and says, I'm wet. Wet, wet, wet. Was a woman, but I thought it was hilarious. Still love you too, Bill. Don't you find it amazing that 2024 we can fry air? Watch it, Amy. Yeah, watch it. You got competition. Dumpster and Amy after Bill. I don't know my bio appearance. There you go. Right, let's watch this then.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like how did they?
Oh,
How were they known?
they went to church with Wade's mother's Parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you were his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you wanting your help?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said, if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so.
So he just told you that that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things, what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
When you say excited, what do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
No, ma'am.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in this lot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He seemed to think he did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now, prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement
Yes,
initially?
ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in the house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Giving them further details?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
And did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further in tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description. Since there's other people.
White shirt, blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified.
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
Yes, sir.
he told you he was hiding out from the police in that house.
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. One month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him
until he needs me again, 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be excused from the subpoena.
Any objections?
No.
Address location based on his conversation with his father.
I was.
Now, was his father able to give you that address where he was staying?
He was.
What did you do when you received that address?
I got with the guys that work on the task force with me, and we coordinated a location in the area to meet up so we could talk about our plan on how we were going to approach the residents.
And about how many people responded to the house where you believed he was at?
It'd be approximately
Sure.
maybe 10 individuals.
Do you have special type of training to respond to these types of situations?
We do.
And how were you dressed that time?
I don't know exactly what I was wearing, but typically we wear a outer vest, and then under that we typically wear jeans and a t-shirt or something casual with markings on it that says U.S. Marshals and Police on the back.
So there's no question that you're with a law enforcement agency.
There's
when you
not.
arrived. Were you able to get anyone to come outside of the house once you were there?
We were, yes.
How were you able to do that?
Various ways. One of them was I didn't make it myself, but there was a telephone call to the residents, and we also used the vehicle PA system.
Did the residents have a landline?
It did.
And so you got that information and someone was able to call and make contact?
They were.
And did Wade Wilson make contact with the person?
He did.
And did he come out right away?
I was informed that he had to speak to his dad one last time and that he would come out.
And did he speak to his dad one last time?
I'm assuming.
Okay. So about how long after that did he stay in the house?
It wasn't much longer after that.
And then did he come out?
He did.
And once he came out, were there any issues arresting him?
No issues at all.
Now, once he came out, did officers go inside the house?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going inside the house?
Typically, it's a protective sweep to make sure that while investigators are on scene, nobody else is inside the house that could harm law enforcement.
When the officers went inside the house, was anyone else present in the home?
No.
Do you see the person that you arrested from that house sitting here in court today?
I do.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a black tie with a black suit jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant. No further questions. The state tenders a witness.
Did you have contact with our client when he walked out of the house?
I did.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was cooperative with us.
Okay. But there's 10 officers there, right?
Everyone's in a different position. Not all 10 people are in the same spot.
Okay.
There's people on surveillance and everything else.
How many met him when he walked out of the house?
It would have been a contact team. So I was present, and there would have been a few others, approximately 6 individuals, probably.
Nothing further.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask this witness be excused.
No objection.
All right, sir, you can sit down and you're excused.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, so let's just do this quickly then. I promised Emma D. Roll Tide. There you go, Emma. That's your roll tide now. Right. Once I drew the transformation thing, you all loved it, so let's do it again.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How you like that? Where's Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolled.
Early onset of
Kimmy.
dementia. And I don't
No,
think she
Kimmy.
was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana loves Speedo. He loves his Speedo. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana. And I gotta play it once. I'll play it one more time, then we'll get back to the trial. Hang on. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dana and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dana and Dennis walking down the street. Dana and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two Speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. So there you go. What do you come on, but that's a really long song. What for Dana? And it's 1 minute 19 seconds. I'm doing it as a transition. When I need a quick minute just to myself. Hubba. I miss Sean. Sean will be back. Sean will be back, Nancy. Don't you worry. I've actually got a call with him tomorrow about some of his upcoming stuff. So yeah, he'll be back with a vengeance. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Right, hang on here. I did thank you. I did thank you very much, Amy. No roll tide. No. You went to say War. I do. Yeah. No, it's just she asked me to do. I do the roll tide thing. I don't know what the War Eagle is. To be quite honest with you, I don't know what you say. Oh, but Auburn. Yes, I got you. I want a poster of Dean and Dennis. You sent it to me. How did he get the pics of them? I'm not sure, but you know. Right, here we go, people. We're nearly. Here we go.
I'm a criminalist assigned to the DNA unit.
What is your current role that you have?
As a criminalist in DNA, I screen items of evidence for the presence of biological fluid and material. This would include blood, semen, saliva, and hairs. I then attempt to develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, perform DNA testing, write reports, and testify when needed.
To become a criminologist, what type of education do you have?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in psychology from the University of Colorado. With this degree, I completed coursework in biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics. I also obtained minors in biology and astrophysics. In addition to that, I have a master's of science degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
After getting your degrees, where did you become employed?
I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Fort Myers Regional Operations Center.
What year did you start with FDLE?
Would have been January of 2012.
Is FDLE a state crime lab?
Yes.
And are items of evidence sent to FDLE for testing?
Yes.
Was your role specifically to biological testing?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they also have testing for drugs?
Yes, it has a full suite of forensic analysis.
So firearms, drugs?
Yes.
Now, how long were you with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement before going to your current agency?
I was there for approximately 8.5 years.
What specialized training do you have that prepared you for your duties as an analyst?
When I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I underwent an approximately year-long training program. This training was broken into two main phases. The first phase involved me learning about the theories behind all the testing that I would be performing. I took practical exams and written exams to prove my competency in performing the tests that I would be employing. The second phase of that training involved working on actual items of evidence under the supervision of another qualified analyst.
Now, were you required to attend continuing education through your employment at FDLE?
Yes.
What did that training entail?
Part of the requirements for the laboratory to maintain its accreditation is for analysts in the DNA unit to undergo continuing education. This is a minimum of 8 hours every year, and it essentially involves going to an outside training where you learn about current topics in the field. Typically, most analysts will attend much more than 8 hours per year, but that's the minimum requirement.
Now, you mentioned accreditation. What did you mean by accreditation?
Accreditation is a public statement of the laboratory in which the laboratory is stating that it meets and maintains a set of internationally recognized standards set forth for the science labs.
Now, is FDLE accredited?
Yes, they are.
And who accredits that agency?
They are accredited by ANAB, which stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Were you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is another way that I can demonstrate my ability to perform the testing that I employ as part of my job. What will happen is an outside agency will provide DNA samples to me, and they know the results of that DNA testing. I do not know the end result. I'll perform DNA testing on those samples just as I would in casework and submit my answers to that outside company who will inform me if I essentially got the correct answers or not.
How often is that proficiency testing done?
It's required to be completed twice a year.
So through your course of employment at FDLE, did you undergo those proficiency tests twice a year?
Yes.
Did you ever fail such a test?
No.
Are all the tests and analysis you perform validated and generally accepted in the forensic community?
Yes.
Could you just, DNA is something we hear a lot about on the news, but could you just describe what actually is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. And just put very simply, it's a blueprint that gives your body and organisms a set of instructions on how to carry out its day-to-day functions.
Where is DNA found in the human body?
DNA is found in every single cell inside of your body, with the exception of red blood cells.
Can anyone have the same DNA?
Identical twins can have the same DNA profile, yes.
What type of DNA testing do you perform?
I perform something called STR DNA analysis. STR is just an acronym that stands for short tandem repeat. And a short tandem repeat is essentially just a piece of your DNA that will repeat itself over and over again. The number of times that this piece repeats itself is different from one person to another. So throughout my testing, I take advantage of that to be able to distinguish from one individual to another.
Now, how do you go about getting a DNA profile from a biological sample?
I would undergo the DNA analysis process.
Okay. And are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control, there are two different types. There's something called a positive control and a negative control. These are items that I perform DNA testing alongside whatever evidence samples I'm working. And they ensure that my testing is working properly. So a positive control is a DNA sample in which I know what the DNA should be. So when I perform DNA testing on the sample, at the end of the testing, I should get an expected result. If that happens, then I know that all of my chemical reactions and all of my testing worked as I expected it to. On the flip side of that is a negative control. A negative control is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. So when I go through my testing procedures, at the very end, that sample should contain no DNA. And that ensures that no contamination occurred during my testing.
What happens if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, then as an analyst, I would reassess what went wrong and the testing would be reperformed.
Did you have the opportunity to analyze evidence in a case that involved Wade Wilson, Christine Melton, and Diane Ruiz?
Yes.
How did you come to be assigned to or involved in this particular case?
It was assigned to me by my supervisor.
Now, when you get a case assigned to you by your supervisor, are you given any details as to why those items of evidence are sent to FDLE?
Typically for DNA testing, yes, I am made aware of certain case scenarios or circumstances.
What is the reason for getting that information?
The biggest reason is to help me decide how I'm going to test an item. So just to give you a very generic example, say that an investigator submitted a bed sheet to me for DNA testing. With no background information, I don't know what to do with that bed sheet. I might assume maybe a sexual assault took place, so I'm looking for any semen. But what if in reality it was used in the course of a homicide and a body was wrapped up in that bedding and they're looking for maybe the DNA of someone who could have wrapped the body in a bed sheet? I wouldn't know that without that type of information, and I can't perform every single type of testing on every single item of evidence. So for that reason, we need additional information to help guide the testing.
So would that additional information also guide you where you might want to swab on that piece of evidence?
Exactly.
Were you sent a number of pieces of evidence to analyze in this case?
Yes.
Now, sometimes when items of evidence are sent to you, do you just receive swabs that are from swabbing a piece of evidence?
Yes.
And then other times are you sent actual physical items for you to swab?
Yes.
Were you sent a number of physical items in this case for you to determine where you might want to swab?
Yes, I was.
Now, I want to start, and let me ask you this too. Does FDLE have a certain number of items of evidence that they'll accept for testing at a time?
Yes, there is an evidence submission policy.
And what is the point of an evidence submission policy? Why is it narrowed down to a certain number of pieces?
It's the biggest thing is to help in the expedition of getting things tested in a timely manner. If it was left to investigators, they would probably submit hundreds of items of evidence to be tested. Unfortunately, that costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So in order to get answers quicker, there's a submission policy that's implemented.
Now, once those items are tested, are investigators allowed to send more items of evidence to test if it's relevant?
Yes.
Now, if FDLE receives items that would identify a perpetrator, is it typical for you to continue to receive more items of evidence if a DNA hit has already come back?
That would not be typical, but it depends on case circumstances.
So would you say that one of the main advantages or reasons for DNA is in order to identify people?
Yes.
Now, I want to start with the case involving Christine Melton. What items of evidence were you initially sent?
Initially, I was sent buccal swabs from Wade Wilson. A buccal swab is a swab that's from the inside of somebody's cheek, and it's used so that I can develop a DNA profile from that item to make comparisons to any crime scene samples that I obtained DNA from. In addition to that, I obtained 2 tied shirts, a shirt, a pair of jeans, a bathing suit top that were tied together, along with an additional untied shirt, a curtain rod, and a blood stain card from Christine Melton. A blood stain card is blood that's collected at autopsy. Again, used very similar to how I would use a buccal swab. It's used to develop a DNA profile from that so that I have the DNA from the individual it came from to make comparisons to evidence.
So the unknown items of evidence from the scene, is it your goal to develop a known profile from each of those items of evidence?
Yes, if any DNA is present, obtain a DNA profile from those evidence items.
And then ultimately, do you compare the profile from something from a scene or an item of evidence sent to you to those known samples that you've created?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you mentioned there was a buccal swab from Wade Wilson. Why is the swab taken from the cheek? Is there any scientific reason for the DNA coming from there?
It's a very DNA-rich portion of your body, and it's easier to collect than blood.
Now, when you receive these items of evidence, did they appear to be properly packaged and sealed?
Yes.
And was there an identifying case number from the agency on each of those items?
Yes.
Now, did you give each exhibit an identifying FDLE number?
Yes, when evidence comes into the laboratory, it gets an FDLE lab case number associated with it, and each item gets a unique exhibit number.
And may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you an item that's already been introduced into evidence. Case exhibit 38. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
These are buccal swabs from Wade Wilson.
And are your initials and date on that item of evidence?
Yes, they are.
This red tape, if you can just show right here, this red tape that's on that envelope, is that from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
This tape up here is, no, that would be from an original seal from the submitting agency. The red tape along the bottom is my seal after I completed my testing.
Thank you. Now, when you received the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, were you able to complete a DNA profile of that swab?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile.
And how were you able to do that?
I performed the DNA testing process on that item.
And what does that DNA testing process entail?
The first step would be to actually take a sample for DNA testing. So I'm actually cutting a little piece of the swab that was submitted. And then the next step is to actually access the DNA. In order to do that, I need to break open the cells. So I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells to get to the DNA. Once I've done that, I need to know how much DNA is present in my sample. That's because the chemical reaction that I'm going to perform needs a certain amount of DNA present. So I like to refer to it kind of like Goldilocks. Too little DNA is not good. Too much DNA is also not good for my process. I need just the right amount. I have to know how much DNA is present in order to know the right amount to use for my chemical reaction. That next chemical reaction is where I actually will make millions of copies of the DNA. I'm making copies of the areas that I'm testing for. DNA is very small, so by making the millions of copies of it, I'm making it so that I can visualize this at a later step in my process. That next step is to put it on an instrument that will separate it and generate graphical data that I, as an analyst, will look at and make my determinations from.
At this time, I seek to move State's Exhibit 38, the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 15, which has already been shown. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
This is the bloodstain card from Christine Milton.
And how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the state would move exhibit number 15 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, with this bloodstain card, were you able to come up with a complete DNA profile for Christine Milton?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you some items of clothing. There's some gloves if you need over to your right. And the first item I'm showing you is State's Exhibit 16.
Do you know what I collected?
While you're pulling that out, is hair something that's very easy to test for DNA?
It's not difficult to test for DNA, but it's not commonly performed at DNA testing just because a lot of hair is shed on your body throughout the day. Approximately 200 to 300 hairs can be shed in a day. And typically those shed hairs are dead, and dead hairs don't contain the type of DNA that I'm looking for. I'm looking for hairs that are in an actively growing phase, and usually those have to be ripped out to find those. So most times I don't even examine hairs unless there's something about a case circumstance that would suggest I should. So shirt 1, shirt 2, they were both knotted by their sleeves together at each of the sleeves.
So these shirts that you're holding up are after you've untied them.
Yes.
So let's talk about the knot. Is it 2A? Is that the right reference that I'm using?
Yes.
Okay. So for 2A, were you able to obtain DNA results from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2A to the profiles of Wade Wilson and the profile of Christine Milton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparison?
So to start, the actual result of my testing on that knot, it demonstrated a presence of a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. So what that means is that there's DNA from 2 people on that knot, and at least one of them is male. Once I obtain that result, I then do the comparison to Wade Wilson and Christine Milton. And Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and Christine Milton is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Now, were you able to put a statistical significance to those comparisons?
Yes.
What is that statistical significance?
So to lay a little bit of groundwork for you, because I can't DNA test every single person in this world who has lived, is living, and will ever live, I can never 100% say that something is someone's DNA. Because I can't do that, I have to calculate some type of statistic that will give you some weight to this inclusion. I do that by the use of something called a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio compares the probability of getting my DNA under 2 different explanations. So the first explanation, as an example, when I'm comparing Wade Wilson to this DNA, it would be what's the probability of the DNA if Wade Wilson is the source of it along with someone else, because it's a 2-person mixture. The alternative explanation is what's the probability of the DNA if someone unrelated to him is the source of the DNA. The higher the number that I report is, the greater the support there is for that first explanation, the inclusion explanation, if someone is the source of it. So with that groundwork laid, when I compared Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
So you said 700 billion?
Greater than 700 billion.
Is 700 billion the cap that you use, the highest number you use?
At FDLE, the procedure is to cap the number at 700 billion.
Now, about how many people are there now in this world?
Approximately 7 to 8 billion.
Now, this result you just gave, that was from the first knot untied. Is that correct?
No, this would be from the first knot as it was tied.
Okay, so then you untied it and swabbed that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so is that 2B?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA results from 2B, so that untied knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2B to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes, and just to back up, I never gave you the statistic for Christine Melton on the knot that was before it was untied. It's a very similar number. The DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and one unknown unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
So the profile that you were able to compare to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton from 2B, what were the results of that comparison?
Item 2B demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with two individuals. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. And the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals. And then likewise with Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, so those are the results from the outside and the inside of knot 1.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the second knot. Is that 2C?
Yes.
So is 2C, did you swab from the outside of that knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile or DNA profiles from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profiles from 2C to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparisons you did?
Okay, so the results from the knot itself demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with three individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals. Likewise, for Christine Melton, the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals.
Now, the second knot, did you untie it and swab the inside of that second knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any DNA profiles from that second knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able then to compare those DNA profiles to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
Okay, the results from item 2D demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with four individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, similar. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals.
Now, did that complete your testing for those two shirts tied together?
Yes, it did.
What was the next item or clothing item that you tested?
The next clothing items would have been the tied shirt, jeans, and bathing suit top with the untied shirt.
Is that 3A? Is that one of those knots 3A from that?
Yes.
Could you please show the jurors the items of clothing that you tested next?
Okay.
I can just approach your honor. I'll
Yeah.
So this is the pair of jeans. One of the shirts. The bathing suit top. And the other garment.
Now there's 4 pieces, is that correct?
Yes.
Were all 4 of those pieces knotted together?
No, they were not.
Okay. What parts were knotted together?
The shirt that I showed you that had the small hoodie attached to it was tied to the pair of jeans. Also tied to the pair of jeans was the bathing suit top, which itself also had some knots done within itself. The other shirt was not tied to these items.
So let's talk about the first knot you tested, 3A. Which knot was this?
3A is the knot that was connecting the shirt to the jeans.
And were you able to complete any DNA profiles from the outside of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Were you then able to compare the profile from that knot to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The knot 3A demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you then swab the inside of that knot once you'd untied it?
Yes, I did.
And again, this is the pants and the gray hoodie.
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain DNA profiles once that knot was untied?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that DNA profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results were the exact same as the untied portion of that knot. So I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, a billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Now, you mentioned another knot. What 2 items of clothing were knotted together? Not for 3C.
Yes, the next knot, which would be the second knot on this cluster, was the knot that was connecting the jeans to the bathing suit top.
Were you able to get a DNA profile from the outside of that knot connecting the bathing suit top to, it was the jeans you said?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to get a DNA profile?
Yes.
And were you able then to compare that with Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes, I was.
And what were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. Wade Wilson, for him, the statistic is that the mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
And did you untie those items of clothing and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain DNA profile from untying that knot?
Yes, I was.
And did you compare that profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results are the same as the untied portion of the knot. A mixture consistent with 3 people is obtained, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from him with 2 other people than if it came from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, were those the only knots you tested on those 3 items of clothing?
No, there were additional knots.
Okay, so let's talk about the next knot. That would be 3E.
Yes, this would be the 3rd knot with this cluster of clothing.
Okay, and where was the 3rd knot located?
This was on the left back strap of the bathing suit
And where was that tied to?
itself.
Just itself. Okay, so did you swab the outside of that knot on the bathing suit?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is approximately 5.1 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is approximately 2.1 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
And did you mention there was another knot in that bathing suit?
Yes,
Okay, and is that 3F?
it is 3G.
3G. Okay, so what is 3F? What knot is that?
That is the untied portion of the knot I just talked about.
Okay, and if you could, were you able to develop a profile from the untied portion of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were your results of that?
There was a mixture that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
Okay.
I then compared the 2. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and 2 unrelated people than if it was from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Let's talk about then that second knot on the bathing suit, 3G. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to swab the outside of that knot and obtain a profile?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and an additional unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and 1 unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people.
Did you then untie that knot and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes.
Is that 3H?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to obtain a profile from that knot?
Yes.
And did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Other limited data, which is not interpretable, was observed in this sample and may suggest the possibility of additional contributor to this DNA profile. So what that means is rarely I can get DNA signal from that could indicate that another person is present in the sample, but it's not a lot of data. Because it's not a lot of data, I can't make any comparisons to it. It could be DNA. It could actually be a technical artifact of the testing process that I perform. Because of that, it's not interpretable. So then I compared Wade Wilson and Christine Melton to this mixture. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and 1 unrelated individual than if it was from 2 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and 1 unrelated person than from 2 unrelated people.
Now, did that conclude your testing of the clothing, the knots?
Yes, it did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18 and ask that you just take a look at State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 18?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 18?
The FDLE item number, the case number, and my handwritten initials.
And at this time, the state will move 18 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'd ask that you just pull out and publish what is inside of that. And what is this item, sir?
This is the curtain rod.
Okay. And were you able to test this curtain rod?
Yes, I was.
And how did you choose which areas to test?
Okay, so similar as to before, based off of the case scenario, it was alleged that this was potentially used in a homicide or potential sexual assault. And so what I was doing with this item is looking first for the possible presence of semen. In this case, it was negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was test this for possible blood. So on this portion of the rod, it's difficult to see now because I have swabbed it, but there was staining that's consistent with what looks to be potential blood. So I perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of blood. This is only a presumptive test. It can't confirm blood to the exclusion of all other substances, but it's just a test that can guide my DNA testing to see where I might want to perform DNA analysis. That gave positive indications for the possible presence of blood. So I swabbed that staining at this portion of the rod.
I'm just going to ask for the record, the portion of the rod you're pointing to looks like maybe the top of the rod with a little hook.
Yes, the hook that would connect towards the top of the blinds.
And what was the other area that you chose to swab?
The next area would be where I would expect maybe someone to be holding or using this item. So I swabbed this portion just to see if there's any DNA present on this portion of the rod.
Now, item 4, were you able to obtain DNA results from this item?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to create a profile?
Yes, I was.
And did you then compare that profile to the known profiles of Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And when I say 4, is this the top of the rod or the bottom of the rod?
So 4 was split into 4A and 4B. 4A would be the staining that was at the top of the rod.
Okay, so what were the results for the profile from the staining at the top of the rod?
That it was a complete DNA profile that was consistent with a female individual.
And were you able to compare that DNA profile to Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA profile from that staining matches the DNA from Christine Melton. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Now, when you have an item of evidence that has a lot of blood on it or blood, can it often happen that that blood might mask other DNA that might be a part of that item?
It could be possible, yes.
Now, as far as the rod handle, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the handle of that rod?
Yes, I was.
And is that part of 4B?
Yes, that is 4B.
And were you able to compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
From the handle, it demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated person than if it was from 2 unrelated people. Christine Melton is also included as a possible donor to that mixture. The DNA is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and one unrelated person than if it originated from two unrelated people.
And did that complete the testing then of that curtain rod?
Yes, it did.
Did you complete a report and detail these findings?
Yes.
And was that data that report October 16, 2019?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Now, sir, when I asked you initially about the items of evidence that you received, was one of those, I don't know, did I introduce 18? Yeah, I did. One of those items I believe you said you received was a blood sample from, or I'm sorry, yes, passenger door swabs from blood sample. And it states Exhibit 33. I'm going to ask if you look at that and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the state would move 33 into evidence.
No objection.
Be a minute.
Did you also receive a bloodstain card from Diane Ruiz?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The bloodstain card, how is the blood? Is it just like dabbed on the card, or how does that card actually work?
I don't actually know.
Okay, so you just know it's blood from that person and you're creating a profile.
Exactly.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 32, and you can tell me whether you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this exhibit?
FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials.
At this time, the state would move 32 into evidence.
Objection. Be a minute.
So let's start with State's Exhibit 32, the known DNA that you received. Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I was.
And then for State's Exhibit 33, which were the swabs from the interior passenger door, were you able to develop a profile for that?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare those two profiles?
Yes.
What were the results of the compare? Actually, let's talk about this first. Did you also compare the DNA sample from the passenger, the blood on the passenger door, to Wade Wilson?
Not in this instance, no.
Okay, so just to Diane Ruiz.
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA results from that swab demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least two people. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors, that data is not interpretable. So this sample is a little bit different than all the other ones that I've talked about. All of the other samples I talked about, there was enough DNA present on those items where I could make a definitive decision on how many people were present in those mixtures I obtained. Sometimes there can be DNA from one person in a very large amount, and then a very, very insignificant small portion of DNA that's left over. There's such little amount of DNA that's left over that I can't actually use that portion of it to make any comparisons to. But because there's DNA from someone in a much higher amount, I can compare to that portion of the sample. So that portion of the sample is what I've called in this report a major DNA profile. And that is what I made my comparison to Diane Ruiz from. The major DNA profile matches the DNA from Diane Ruiz. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Diane Ruiz than from an unrelated person.
Now, did you also complete a report detailing your findings for that one?
Yes.
And was that a November 4th, 2018 report?
Yes.
You want to have a moment?
Yes.
And at this time, the state tenders a witness.
Sir, did you test any other items than the ones you mentioned today?
Yes.
And were those consistent with Ms. Melton, Ms. Ruiz, or Mr. Wilson?
It would be easier to probably go through them individually. Yes, there were some inclusions with at least one of those individuals.
Were there exclusions?
Give me this one moment.
Sure.
Yes, sir, there were a range of outcomes. There were exclusions.
By exclusions, what do you mean? Or what are you saying are exclusions?
An exclusion is where I'm determining that someone is not contributing to the DNA profile. So when I make the comparison from their buccal swab or blood, I'm stating that those DNA profiles are not the same origin.
Did those DNA profiles come back to people other than Ms. Ruiz, Ms. Melton, or Mr. Wilson?
Not that I have identified, no.
It came back to other profiles.
Yes.
Did you receive swabbings from the front of a Nissan Versa?
Not from the outside of the car, no.
Just from the inside?
Yes.
Why do you use the phrase possible contributor?
It's just semantic-y. Again, as a DNA analyst, I can't say for sure that someone is or is not the source because I have not tested every single person in this world. So because of that, I can say they're a possible contributor and then provide the weight with a statistical calculation.
Thank you.
Okay. You
Nothing
agree?
further from the state. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down. You're excused.
Tell them your name.
Sergeant Jameson Lazenby,
And sir, where do you work?
Lee County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked there?
since '96.
And what do you do for the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a supervisor in the Civil Division.
What does that mean?
I supervise court procedures such as subpoenas, depositions that are served, subpoenas, things of that nature. I have people that work for me that serve them.
And did you have an opportunity to work at the Lee County Jail back in October of 2019?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing for the Lee County Jail at that point in time?
I was a shift sergeant.
Now, while you were a shift sergeant there at the Lee County Jail, did you have occasion to come in contact with a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
Did he make any requests of you at that time?
Yes.
And what were those?
He requested I reach out to the detectives involved in the case and speak to them.
Okay. And what did you do after he requested that of you?
Made a phone call to detectives.
And did you arrange for the detectives to come down and meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
That's it.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
Judge, same call. Nick Jones. Missing person, also known as Christine Melton,
Yes, sir.
and also as related to Ms. Diane Ruiz.
Yes, sir.
As a result of having received that information, did you ultimately receive a telephone call from a sergeant by the name of Jim Lazenby from the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he request of you to come down to the Lee County Sheriff's Office jail to meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you go and meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you meet Wade Wilson with?
I was with Detective Jason Hicks.
Could you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this meet was set up?
When you go into the Lee County Jail, there are a number of different rooms that they can provide you, so you can interview potential witnesses, suspects, things like that. This particular room was a rather large room with a table in the middle of it and some chairs set up. Makes it kind of difficult sometimes in that setting to interview somebody. Creates a large echo. You're trying to hear each other, but that's there are a couple of windows in the back, so jail personnel can watch.
So who were the only people in this room?
It was myself, Detective Hicks, and Wade Wilson.
And did Mr. Wilson indicate to you that he wished to speak to you?
He did.
Did you make any threats or promises in order to get him to speak with you?
No, sir.
Did he request, was the only request that he made of you to get some French fries?
It was a burger and fries, but yes, sir.
And as a result of that, did he sit down and speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And was this conversation recorded?
It was.
And did you read him Miranda rights?
Yes, sir.
What are Miranda rights?
Miranda rights are to afford the defendant, suspect, the opportunity to counsel an attorney prior to any questioning from law enforcement when there's a custodial setting.
And after you had read those particular rights to him, did he agree to speak with you?
He did. I had a form with me that I read Miranda rights from, and I had him initial it and sign it, as well as myself.
And did he also verbally acknowledge to speak to you?
He did.
And you indicated once again that this was in fact recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Previously marked case exhibit number 40. Two questions.
Yeah.
Jones, I'm handing this previously marked station number 40. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
With my initials and badge number.
And what does that appear to be?
The recorded statement with myself and Wade Wilson.
Have you listened to that statement?
Yes, sir.
Does that statement contain the entire interaction between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state will move case exhibit number 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes. Yeah.
Judge, the state has taken the liberty of going ahead and preparing a series of copies of transcripts for the jury to follow along, given the light of the fact in which the recording was actually took place. I have a jury instruction for the court
Yes.
as well. Can I approach?
You may. Any objection to the instruction? I'm sure you shared it.
Can I have one moment?
Yes, absolutely.
No objection, Judge.
All right, very well then. Scout time one is. Scout. I think one goes to the clerk. And, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, You're about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You're also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen closely to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said.
I don't understand a word either. I don't understand a word either, so it's pointless having that on.
So you can sit down. Thank you.
Hang on, let's listen to this.
Detective, the person that you sat down with on the 10th of October of 2019, do you see him sitting in courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point him out and describe our clothing that he's wearing.
Sitting over here in the black suit with black tie, white shirt.
Does also reflect this witness is also identified the defendant.
Okay.
I go for the questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Mr. Oliver.
No cross judge.
Sir, you can sit down. Thank you. State and call their next witness.
State rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes. Show your notepads here. It's from the defense.
We move for a directed verdict. I can't cite anything in specific at this time, but in order to preserve the record, nevertheless, we move for a directed verdict of acquittal.
All right. In response from the state.
judge stated has met a prima facie case on each and every single count alleged in the indictment. We respectfully request the court to draw all inferences in favor of the state as required by the law at this point in time, and respectfully request the court to deny the request for direct appeal.
I have presided over the trial, listened to the testimony, the arguments of counsel. I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Now, Mr. Wilson, we spoke earlier about whether you wanted to testify or not testify in this case. Do you need to speak with your attorneys anymore regarding that decision?
Yes.
Okay, we'll give you a few moments. I'll take about a 15-minute recess. I'll come back.
All right.
I've been given to you ever since you first started. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything. Don't watch local television, read any local newspapers. Don't discuss anything about this case with
Motherfucking mute. Piece of shit. Mute button. Fuck. Pain in the ass. That is pain. Right, closing statements. I presume people want to watch closing statements. Ba 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 ba. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I'll just find the spot. I'll just find the right spot for closing. Here, so we've got the state coming up first. Hang on, let me find the time. 6:24, should we say? 6:24. Da, 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 da. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Oh, ba 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 ba. Find the spot. Find the spot. What's wrong with you, Grumps? Just skip to the end and be done with it all. No, I'm enjoying it. I've enjoyed it. Dumpster juice. I know I'm skipping a lot, but it's only because there's nothing on. So skip. That's the benefit of skipping. I've enjoyed it. I still don't know how we just didn't plead guilty. I mean, he's fucked. To the left, to the right. Everything's only in that box. To the left. Whoops. Volume, please don't touch. To the left, to the right, somewhere there's a spot. In the spot, hit the spot. It's called right. I'm not going down that road. Right. Let's get it on. No, I want to see the closings. I'm not playing the telephone calls tonight. There's about 4.5 hours of telephone calls. I'm not doing that tonight. I want to hear the closings, see how the defense justify this. This is a good trial.
This case was about killing for the sake of killing. He told detectives, I've already done it once. I'll do it again. But it's not about that he killed. It's about how he killed. Blunt force trauma in compliance for submission. Strangulation for silence. According to him, It only takes 2 minutes. He doesn't get scratched. He doesn't get hurt. Yell, they're quiet. They can't get away even if they wanted to. He's too strong. Those are the people he goes after. On the 7th of October.
I was just saying, Sarah P, that I thought, I was like, oh, do you know what? I'm going to put this on 1.5. I forgot to do it. But actually, it is on 1.5. He's just so slow in speaking. Oh, you dirty mare. You clam girl. Look at you. I didn't even say it. You did.
2019, he went after Christine Melton. He went after Melissa Montanez. And he went after Diane Ruiz. Only one survived that day. Only one. Why? Because there was too many people around. But if you remember what he said, he had killed her too if given a chance. Now, what I expect the court to do is give you a series of instructions. What we need to prove to you that he did everything that we've charged him with. We've charged Mr. Wilson with first-degree premeditated murder. We need to prove that Christine Melton is dead. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that Miss Christine Melton is dead. You heard from the medical examiner. You heard from Miss Christine Johnson. You even heard from Mr. Wilson himself. Christine Melton is no longer with us. The second thing we need to show is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Mr. Wilson. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that Mr. Wilson did these things. All the evidence corroborates what Mr. Wilson has told you in the course of the past day or two. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, there was a premeditated killing of Miss Christine Melton. And what's interesting about the premeditation instruction, it says killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing, and the law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant, and the premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So, that's a lot of words. Let me make it simple for you. When one is sitting outside in the evening time, and it's humid out, and a mosquito lands on your arm, you look down, you decide to kill that mosquito. That's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. Because the law does not fix a period of time. You can go from that short period of time to as long as you want. Planning, whatever you want. When we're talking about premeditation as it relates to Ms. Melton, ladies and gentlemen, it's also going to apply to Mr. Ruiz. Strangulation is the epitome of life slipping through someone's hands. Premeditation starts by placing the hands on the throat of another. The application of pressure, squeezing the throat, not releasing until there is not one final breath that remains in that person. And what's interesting about that particular act, ladies and gentlemen, is that both people know that one person is going to die. So when Mr. Wilson decided to go ahead and inflict blunt force trauma upon Miss Melton, you heard about it. The broken nails, right? She was a fighter. She knew what was happening. We also know what? The lungs, the colon, the bladder. What else? The liver. You heard about the brain swelling from Dr. Coyne? She was alive when all that happened. Going to happen after she was strangled. And then what do we also know? We also have the compression of the neck. 2 marks. The deep hemorrhages that Dr. Hernandez talked to you about. Coyne and Dr. Hernandez told you that was all consistent with asphyxiation. It's another term for strangling someone, ladies and gentlemen. That is premeditation. That, ladies and gentlemen, is first-degree murder. Well, what do we know happened next? Well,
we have to prove grand theft of a motor vehicle, right? Grand theft of a motor vehicle is Mr. Wilson knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used in order to obtain or use a motor vehicle, Christine Melton. You saw that black Nissan Versa. You know it belongs to Miss Christine Melton. Her registration's in there. Her tags are in there. Her phone is in there. Stephanie Johnson identified it as her car. When did he use it? After he killed her. So, yeah, he unlawfully obtained or used her car. That element's been met. 2, he did so with the intent to temporarily or permanently deprive Miss Melton of her right to the property and benefit to it or from it and appropriate that property of Christine Melton to his own use or the use of another person entitled to it. Yep. Did that too. And 3rd, the stolen property was a motor vehicle. You saw it on Mr. Lucas's video. Rolled up in it. It's clearly a motor vehicle, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you, that charge has been proven as well. Well, where does he go to from there? Well, after he's gone ahead and killed Miss Melton and taken her car and held her face up to utilize her phone, he makes a whole series of telephone calls, right? To Miss Montanez. Hey, I need to see you. Where are you at? Calling her repeatedly. Miss Lebogian told her, don't bring him here. Tell him you meet him at your spa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we showed you phone records. The 630-962-1256. Miss Melton's phone number. We also have Miss Montanez's phone number at 239-333-5924. And also what comes up later is this 239-200-8319 number. The reason why these phone numbers are important, ladies and gentlemen, is because when you look at the phone records of Miss Montanez, okay, on page 1 of 6, you're going to see 200 numbers. You're going to see the 333-5924. You're going to see 333-5924. You're going to see Ms. Ruiz's phone number in Ms. Montanez's phone records. There's no reason why Ms. Melton, let alone Ms. Ruiz's phone, should be in Ms. Montanez's phone records. The only reason why we showed you that was to corroborate what was happening that morning. He was utilizing Ms. Melton's phone to contact Ms. Montanez. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, is when he couldn't use Ms. Melton's phone any longer, he got a hold of Ms. Ruiz's phone. That's when her number starts popping up on Ms. Montanez's phone records. It corroborates what Ms. Montanez was telling you. He is calling and he is repeatedly trying to get a hold of her. But what's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is after he gets a hold of her, he just doesn't want to find out where she is or what she's doing. Well, what does he do? Tries to pull her into Miss Melton's car. He almost runs her over by getting out, attacking her, trying to pull her clothes off of her, beats her repeatedly. She's chased up the stairs. He held her up against a wall with her throat. He punches her in the face until blood spatters all over the place. You saw the photograph of Miss Montanez. You heard the testimony of Miss Montanez. You heard the testimony of Miss Lebogian. You heard the testimony of Miss Williamson. You also heard the testimony of Miss Griffin. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that he committed an attack or a battery upon Miss Montanez. And the only thing I need to show for battery is that he actually intentionally touched or struck Miss Montanez against her will. There's no way that she consented to that. Absolutely, it was against her will. What was she doing? She was screaming. He was threatening. Fortunately for Miss Montanez, she survived. But if given the chance, she'd have been dead. But there's too many people. At least that's what he told us. That brings us to his next victim, right? After he gets done with Miss Montanez, he takes off in that vehicle. There's too many people. He heads to Cape Coral. He comes across a young lady who's on her way to work, dressed in a light blue shirt, jeans, dark shoes. Lures her to the car by feigning to ask for directions. Somehow manages to get her inside the car.
breaks her nose. He breaks her thyroid and neck cartilage. He also runs her over repeatedly. Why? Because after he had choked her, he claims that she somehow was still alive because she also was a fighter, ladies and gentlemen. She had multiple rib fractures. Dr. Coyne told you there was no way left unattended that she would have been able to survive. And he ensured that that was going to happen, that she did not survive. Why? Because he's the one who placed her on that empty lot, under those shrubs, under that tree, to make sure that no one would find her. Luckily, when law enforcement was looking up in the sky and just happened to be in the area and they saw that single vulture that was circling, that's what led them to finding Miss Ruiz. And how was she identified, ladies and gentlemen? Geez. She was decomposed after only a couple of days of being out there. Insect activity, animal activity, weather. Her husband had to identify, or fiance had to identify the ring. They identified her by the tattoo on the back. Diana Ruiz is dead. Death was caused by Mr. Wade Wilson. And there was a premeditated killing of Diana Ruiz. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, strangulation, placing the hands around someone's neck, and watching that life slip through the hands and the other person seeing their life leave them. Premeditation. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that this was first-degree premeditated murder. He even told you in his statement. She was scared. She wanted to be dropped off. If you listen real closely to the statement, he also said he knew he wasn't going to drop her off. He was going to kill her. He already had it in his head. Why? Because he already killed once before. He was going to do it again. And true to his word, he did. So, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, we've established first-degree premeditated murder with Diana Ruiz. Where does he go from there? He goes to Joe's Crab Shack, right? Because Officer McCormick received information regarding the battery of Miss Montanez. He's confronted there. He plays dumb. He doesn't know anything about a battery. What does he do? He leaves. He's not sticking around for that. Nope. Where does he go? He goes to Mateo Graphics. One of the other people he knows. Mr. Lukic. Hey, can you help me out? I need a plane ticket. I need a taxi. I need to get out of town. Why? Because I just killed people. I just killed some people. He was frantic. He only had a pair of pants on, blood on, no shirt, no shoes. Law enforcement gets there. What does he do? He doesn't stick around. He leaves. Where's he go? He goes to the Amlin residence, right? Unfortunately for Miss Amlin, he left with her husband back to Columbus, Ohio. And he's decided that he needs to do something, right? What does he do? He enters the structure owned or by or in the possession of Fanny Amlin. We know that. How do we know? You saw the broken window. You saw the screen removed, right? He gets in. He gains entry. At the time of the entering structure, he had the intention to commit theft in that structure. Of course he did. He helped himself to some food. He helped himself to some drink. There was different clothes that were laid out. He needed to figure out what he's going to do. What does he do? Contacts his dad. Hey, can you help me out? I need to get out of here. You send me an Uber. I need your help. Dad's conflicted. Dad, fortunately enough, does the right thing. He contacts law enforcement. He contacts Mr. Wilson and encourages him to give the address and location of where he is. But while Mr. Wilson is in there, like I said, he commits petty theft because he knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used or endeavored to obtain or use the property of Fanny Amlin. You saw the White Claw, seltzers. You saw the various food that was laying there. You saw the clothing that was laid out. You saw the backpack. He did so the interrogatory firmly to deprive Fanny Amlin of the right to property or any benefit from it, or appropriate the property of Fanny Amlin to his own use or the use of any other person not entitled to it. He didn't have permission to be in there. He didn't have permission to utilize any of the items that were in there, and he didn't have any permission to do anything inside that residence, let alone endeavor to use it, obtain it, deprive Ms. Amlin of it. Nothing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we submit to you. We've established burglary. We've also established theft. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the past 2 days, you've seen and heard a lot. Okay. What we're asking you to do is to take all of that and put it together. We submit to you that you should only come up with one conclusion and one verdict in this particular case. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this case was never about Mr. Wilson.
It's about what Wade Wilson did to Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. And make no mistake about it, despite his bragging, his boasting, and the excitement he wants to feel, this case was nothing more than a graphic, vulgar display of power. And we're going to ask that you find Mr. Wilson guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for killing and strangling Ms. Melton. We're asking that you find him guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle for stealing and taking Ms. Melton's car. I'm asking that you find him guilty of battery for striking Ms. Montanez against her will. I'm asking that you find him guilty of killing and strangling Ms. Diane Ruiz and basically committing blunt force trauma by running her over and trying to make her look like spaghetti. I'm asking that you find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling for going to and breaking into the Amlin's residence, and also for petty theft for taking and helping himself to whatever it was inside that allowed him to do the things that he did. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes. First, on behalf of myself, Mr. Shirley, and even Mr. Wilson, I want to thank you for the attention you've given through these proceedings. I know there's been some portions that have been rather rough, so thank you. I want to get up here and I want to argue about premeditation. I mean, not arguing whether these ladies are dead. We're not arguing, but the premeditation. First off, let's go through the timeline. He and Jason Shepard meet Miss Melton and Amy Slobodian, I think her name was, at the Buddha. He goes home, leaves Melissa Montanez, his girlfriend, there, takes her car, and apparently Jason drove them back to Miss Melton's house. They have sex. They have consensual sex. Jason Shepard said so. And then something happened. I suspect it was the drugs. Shepard was saying, oh yeah, we were doing cocaine, just not my cocaine. That was for me. Well, if you listen to the statement that was played yesterday, Mr. Wilson talks about using flakka. That is not good stuff. It puts holes in your brain.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Anyway, at some point between 2 and 4, maybe, Miss Slobodian leaves and something goes wrong. Miss Montanez described it. Killer eyes, 2 black holes, no soul, as she put it. Kills Miss Melton. Wraps her up. Why? Rather than premeditation, I would submit to you that the judge is going to give you an instruction on second-degree murder. And one of the, or also known as depraved mind murder. I don't think anyone can argue that none of this was not depraved. But in order to commit second-degree murder, there must be an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another, no one's arguing that, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is, quote, imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind, end quote, if it is an act or a series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, no question about that, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Whatever he was doing, nobody's arguing was not depraved. Look at the timeline. Miss Melton was murdered sometime between 2 and 4, maybe, when Miss Slobodian left. She had to go to work. Then there's the incident about 7:30, 8 o'clock with Miss Montanez. According to her fiance, Miss Ruiz was going to work between 9 and sometime between 9 and 11. She left the house. So the contact between Mr. Wilson and Miss Ruiz is on a road in broad daylight. This isn't some kidnapping in the middle of the night. This is in broad daylight. Again, it's almost a carbon copy of Miss Melton. Again, running over the body 10 to 20 times. Nobody's saying that's not depraved. We're not arguing he didn't do it. There's solid evidence that he is responsible for those 2 deaths and the battery of Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez's testimony, you need to think about that, whether this was premeditated in terms, I mean, Miss Melton had sex with him. He could have just gotten up and left or stayed with her. Instead, he murders her. That's not clear thinking, shall we say. I'm not arguing insanity. I'm not arguing. I'm just arguing that the state's claiming premeditation, and I'm saying he's whacked out. He's just out of his mind for any of this. The only other point I'd like to make is the burglary. Okay. Burglary of the Amlin house. The second element. At the time of entering, not after you're inside, at the time of entering the structure, Wade Wilson had the intent to commit theft in that structure. No, he was hiding from the police. Remember, this was after the incident with Officer McCormick. He helped himself to the food. I'm not claiming he didn't commit petty theft, but the reason he went into the house is because he was hiding out from the cops. So I don't believe you had a felony. You had a burglary. The judge is going to advise you about a lesser charge of trespass. Again, I respectfully request that you consider whether this was premeditated or depraved mind murder. Now, based on the rules of procedure, I don't get a chance to come back up here. The state does. So I need you to consider what they're going to argue to you in their closing argument, because I don't get a chance to rebut it. I thank you for the attention you've given, and appreciate your assistance in this case. Thank you.
May it please the court? Counsel? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this was premeditation all day long. The defendant's attitude toward these women was despicable. He bragged about their deaths to his dad after he killed them. No regret, no remorse. And he replaced the name Christine's mother gave her at birth with the name bitch. I killed a bitch. I choked that bitch out. And 3 days later, he's still bragging about it to law enforcement. And his biggest concern, whether he could get a hamburger and french fries. As Diane Ruiz laid in that field, being scavenged by animals, with bugs eating her face to the point where she's unrecognizable, this guy over here wants some french fries. And he's bragging about the fact that Diane Ruiz looks like spaghetti. This is a man with no respect for women, with no respect for human life. When asked about Mila and killing her, he says, there were too many people around. I probably would kill her, you know. You know what I mean, given the chance. Now I want to start with premeditation, because what you're going to see is you're going to see a jury instruction about lesser included offenses. And second degree murder is a lesser included offense of first degree premeditated murder. And there's no doubt that if you read the second degree murder instruction, you're going to see that it involves ill will, hatred, spite. So there's not a premeditation element, but there's ill will, hatred, and spite. There's no question that he is full of ill will, hatred, and spite. But the law requires you to find for the highest charge. It says when considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that will constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't even need to go to second degree murder. You don't even need to consider lesser included crimes in this case, because the state has met its burden and proven premeditated murder. And I want to start with the defendant's own words about premeditation and how we know that he took a second to think about what he did before he did it. All right, the truth is, I picked the girl up and killed her. I wasn't worried about the school, you know. Remember, this is during the day. School is in session, and it's an elementary school. Little kids being dropped off by moms and dads and buses. I wasn't worried about school, you know. I choked her out until she couldn't breathe anymore. She wasn't fully dead yet. Now he's choking her. He could have stopped, but he decided to continue so that he could kill her. She wasn't fully dead yet, and she was still alive. And I pushed her out of the car, and she tried to get up, and I ran her over with the car. And I ran over maybe like 10 times, 10, 20 times, her head, her body. He says, I put the window down, and I said, hey, do you know where the high school is, where the school is at? Could you show me? She said, it's right down there. I said, I drove by there and I didn't see it. Could you please show me? She got in the car. That's all it took. That's all it took. Got her in my car. And then from there, we drove to the school and I was going to drop her off. But I knew in my mind, I wasn't going to drop her off. There's the mind. I knew in my mind, I wasn't going to drop her off. But she wanted to get dropped off there. I said, okay, you can go. As soon as she went to get out, whatever, I grabbed her by the neck and choked her. That's when I was choking her right there. I was choking her out right there. She came back to life 3 or 4 times. I mean, she was a fighter for sure. I'll give her that. When I pushed her out, she fell out still alive, trying to get up. I backed up and just ran and hit her, ran and hit her, ran and hit her until she was not moving anymore. That's not premeditated murder, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what is. And after Christine Melton, when he picked up Diane Ruiz, he told the detectives, I was like, you know what? I've already done it once. I'm going to do it again. It came across my mind to murder, just murder, murder, just kill, kill, kill. He talks about I could get sex with her and then I was going to kill her. This is going to sound weird. I'm just really horny. So I was looking for an easy piece of pussy and saw her walking and she was strolling or whatever early in the morning. So I was like, whatever, I'll give it a shot. When I give it a shot, it usually is 9 times out of 10 works for me. And it did, you know. Fuck it, I should kill her. He says, she did not need a ride afterwards, which is why I started choking her because she was going to get out of the car. She said, drop me off here at school. I could tell she was getting scared. I saw the fear, and I think the fear triggered me to just kill her. It was going in a weird direction. I could tell things were off because she wanted to be pulled over, and she really wanted to get out of the car bad at this point. And I could tell she was I can sense you, fear. I'm like a fucking lion, and you're the prey, and I can sense it. They can't get away from me even if they wanted to. I'm too strong. I mean, I don't look strong maybe necessarily, but I can, believe it or not. I'm not trying to be mean. I can take either one of you guys down. And this is what he's telling detectives. He's locked up in the Lee County Jail, confessing and bragging to the detectives about these murders that he committed. Not only do you have his own words, all the evidence shows premeditation. Remember when he told his father about murdering Christine, he says, she's just sleeping there. They had sex. Remember, this is 6 a.m. Stephanie Johnson has already left. He sees her asleep after a night of going out, having a good time. And he says, I decided I was going to kill her and I got on top of her. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is classic premeditation. And there doesn't need to be any length of time. It can be just a short swapping in a mosquito. Defense also alluded that, oh, you know, there's drugs and alcohol and he's on these drugs. That's what he says. But nowhere in the packet of jury instructions are you going to hear or are you going to read when you take those jury instructions back with you that drugs or alcohol is a defense to murder or a defense to premeditation. Stephanie Johnson went out drinking the night of October 6th. She went to work the next day. Jason Shepard went out drinking that night and he did a line or two of cocaine and he went to work the next day. And Wade Wilson went out drinking. He did a line or two of cocaine and he killed almost 3 women the next day. Using drugs or alcohol as an excuse for injury or death to anyone is insulting. And you'll find nowhere that the law allows that as an excuse. Think about how he was acting. He's at Mateo's Graphics. Why is he there? He's not just out of his mind talking nonsense. Now, our witness, Mr. Lukic, thought he was out of his mind because he's saying he killed 2 women. That seems pretty crazy. He doesn't think that that's probably true. He did, in fact, know it was true. But he's there to get out of town. He's there for a plane ticket or a bus ticket. This is someone who knows exactly what he did. He's not on some kind of drug where he doesn't know or he doesn't know what's happening or what's going on. He knows exactly what's going on. And he knows he needs to get the hell out of Dodge. And long after the high of any drugs or alcohol could have worn off, he's calling Daddy. Dad, I need you again. I need money. I need to get out of here. I need you to come pick me up. I need you to help me. And he's bragging to his dad, wanting his dad to be proud of the women he killed. And then 3 days later, when he's in custody and he's on no drugs and no alcohol, what does he do again? He's bragging to the detectives. All those quotes I just read you, those were all 3 days later when he has no access to any of that. Defense tries to say, you know, he's crazy, he's out of his mind. And the defense, you know, talked about mental health and that being an issue. Again, that's not a defense in this case. There's no evidence of any mental health disorder. There's no jury instruction that's going to excuse him. Any reference of it by the defendant in a statement is simply an excuse to try to justify what he did. He had no issues going out and having a good time at the booth that night. No issues picking up a beautiful young woman at the bar. No issues having sex multiple times. No issues getting exactly what he wanted. He wasn't hallucinating. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't confused about where he was. He wasn't confused about anything that night. In his own words to law enforcement, he was a fucking lion and they were the prey. And he could sense it. He liked knowing that they were in fear. He liked knowing that they wanted to get away and he was not about to let them. And he knew enough that night to give a different name. He was JR or Junior. He wasn't Wade Wilson, the killer. And he knew after killing someone, he should get rid of the body. He knew that after killing someone, he needed to get out of town. And as he watched the officers search for him, he sat in Amlin's house, drinking White Claw, eating food, using his dad to help him escape. As humans, there's a desire to make sense of it all, to watch the news and come to some understanding of why, to have answers to suffering, and to look for some explanation, to look for a motive to explain why people do what they do. But that's why the state doesn't have to prove a motive. If you had to sit and find a motive or an explanation or an excuse for Wade Wilson's behavior, you'd be in the jury room for years because there's no explanation, no justification, and no motivation that could ever explain the suffering and death inflicted on Christine Melton. The suffering he caused to her best friend, Stephanie Johnson. The suffering he caused to Christine's cousin, Samantha. Or the suffering he caused to all her family and friends. There's no explanation and no justification and no motivation that could ever explain the suffering he caused to Diane Ruiz. The suffering he caused to her fiance, Scott. The suffering he caused to her son, Brandon. The suffering he caused to the rest of Diane Ruiz's family and friends. And there's no justification for the fear and the pain and the injuries he inflicted on Mila Montanez. And any explanation he may have given to law enforcement creates no justification. This defendant is guilty as charged, and we ask that you convict him of all of the crimes the state has alleged. Thank you.
Mute again. Right, here we go. Let's go straight to the verdict then. Don't need to do jury instructions. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba. Dumpster juice choice. Dumpster's done well with this. Oi, Dumpster, you've done well. I've enjoyed this trial. Well done, Dumpster Juice. Dumpster Juice, Dumpster Juice, Dumpster, Dumpster, Dumpster Juice. You've done well with this trial. You've done well with this trial.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me just say that everybody here has behaved with perfect decorum, that the court appreciates that. I understand there's emotions on both sides regarding this case. If you feel like you cannot contain your emotions in the courtroom, there's an administrative order that requires people and spectators to obey those rules of decorum, meaning not any outbursts or anything like that. So if you feel like you can't control your emotions, you certainly have a right to be here, but if you can't control your emotions, I would ask that you be able to wait in the hallway, and then once the verdict is read, then that can be provided to you. If you're able to control your emotions, you're certainly welcome to stay in here. But out of respect to the jurors who had to make difficult decisions, I just don't want anyone to say or do anything that would cause the jurors any undue distress or what have you, or make them feel like in any way their decisions were not being respected. So, and again, just following what the administrative orders are regarding decorum in the courtroom. So that's all I'm going to say on that. I believe everybody else understands and everybody has behaved along with those guidelines all along. So I don't foresee any problems. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Beep, 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 beep. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Ba, da, 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 da.
All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, my understanding is you have reached a verdict. You have the verdict form.
Ooh, you better watch out. You better walk by. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Wait, he's fucked right now. Wait, he's fucked right now. Wait, Wilson's fucked right now.
In the circuit court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in and for Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Wade Wilson. Case number 19 CF 0568. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follow as to the defendant in this case. Count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Melton. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2, grand theft motor vehicle. The defendant is guilty of grand theft motor vehicle. Count 3, battery. The defendant is guilty of battery. Count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 5, burglary of dwelling. The defendant is guilty of burglary of a dwelling. Count 6, First degree petty theft. The defendant is guilty of first degree petty theft. Dated 6/12/24. So say we all, 4 person.
All right, does either party wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Just my number. Okay. Wait, no. Okay, so. Yeah.
Juror number 97. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 234. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 3. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 205. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 101. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 215. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 87. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 362. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 136. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Juror 193. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 315. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 309. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is send you back to the jury room for a few moments. Let me discuss some things with the attorneys, and then I'll bring you back.
All right.
Bum bum para
No, just
para
everything-
bum
sorry.
para
Leave everything here for the moment.
bum para 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 rum bum para para. Fucking, he's tall. Hang on, let me get him back on. Let me get him back on. He's massive. Fuck. Compared to all the others. You better watch out. You better not cry. Better not telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Ba-da-bum-ba. Ba-da-ba-bum. He's a big boy, but he's now in jail. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-ba. Ba-da. When they come back, oh fuck! Right, okay, hang on then. Ba-da, 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 ba-ba. Ba-da, ba-ba. Hello, Lisa.
George entering.
All right, please be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, having completed what we call the guilt phase of the proceedings, it's now time to schedule what will be called the penalty phase. I previously instructed you on that when we first started. You were under the same orders I previously gave in terms of not doing any research, not looking up anything, discussing anything about this case with anyone, including close family members, and even among yourselves at this point. Your deliberations are complete, but we're going to have you come back to the penalty phase. Do not discuss anything else at this point, even among yourselves, and like I said, with anyone else. Don't watch local news television. Don't read any local newspapers. Stay away from any kind of internet articles or anything else regarding this case. Does everybody understand those instructions? All right. Can everybody follow those instructions? All right. So we will have you come back. We expect the next phase to take place next Thursday and Friday. And so we have you come back next Thursday morning at 9 a.m. That is June the 20th at 9 a.m. And the bailiff will show you where to meet for that. So remember those instructions and come back June 20th at 9 a.m. You may go. All right, let the record reflect the jury's exit the courtroom. Please be seated. Any objections to the instructions I just gave the jury?
No.
Okay, very well then. I know the state has requested fingerprints, and so we'll do that. Do we need 2 sets?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Any legal objections to that?
No.
Okay. Anything the court needs to address prior to recessing until next Thursday?
It is it's our understanding, and I think the court's aware then that the two alternates would also be instructed to come back Thursday. They'd sit as part of the penalty
Thank you.
proceeding and then step in if need be.
That's correct. So we will have to contact them and have them come back Thursday at 9 a.m. as well on June 20th. And I know you said you thought you might have some objection to that, but was that
Objection
true?
to that? No.
Okay. All right.
No, that's fine. I had filed a motion with regard to payment of my mitigation expert for lodging and the like. That's pending. I haven't heard from JAC yet. I'm going to go ahead and send you an order.
Okay.
And then we'll just deal with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other matters the court needs to address?
Oh, yeah. I have a
Yes.
question. As far as the evidence,
Yes.
will we need it for next week?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, bring all that back, and also have the bailiff collect all the notebooks back there and bring them to me. And then I think they would start with new notebooks for the penalty phase. I don't know that they would use these notebooks. I'm not sure. We have to look into that between now and Thursday. But I'll collect them and I'll hold them until next Thursday.
I think they can use them, but we'll look into it.
Okay. Any other matters?
No.
Okay. All right then. Mr. Wilson, you get fingerprinted, and we'll see you back here next Thursday, June 20th at 9 a.m. I'm gonna have to move that screen.
This court is remanding Mr. Wilson to the custody of the sheriff.
Yes, and Mr. Wilson be remanded to the custody of the sheriff, be held without bond.
Thank you.
That must be another stream then, because that's the end of this stream. There's literally a few minutes left. So I don't think it's in this one. I think it's probably in one of the other streams. They are sentencing ones. Oh. Next one. What, here? So he's been printing there. And he goes out there. Nothing. Oh, penalty phase, yeah. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm not doing the penalty phase tonight. That's fine. We'll do that, and we'll do the phone calls another day, because there's about 4.5 hours worth of phone calls to go through as well. Oh, yeah, that's another video though. That's like, hours away. There's like 3 or 4 other videos to go through, which I'm not going obviously to do that. Oh, hang on. Let me just check this. Hello, Ruka. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. I will be doing the sentencing, by the way, dumpster juice. I am going to be doing it. But my plan is probably next week we'll do the sentencing element of it, which will just go to the end, basically. And then what I'll do is, because the phone calls are all, I added up, it's about 4.5 hours each. So what I'll do is I'll do the phone calls and the sentencing all together then. All together now, all together now, all together now, all together now. Cool. So we do it before the 27th probably. Oh, I'm not watching it now. I'm absolutely knackered, if I'm being honest with you. It's by the time I look for it and everything. So I will do everything likely to be next week, because tomorrow so tonight in 20 minutes the Robert Taylor stuff is on, the hearing is on. I'll play that tomorrow morning. I would suggest Amy and all them, you might want to watch it tonight, but and Katie if you're around, but I'm gonna play it for all everyone else tomorrow morning. And then after that, play the trial. I'm not sure what's going on in the Florida trial. They are selecting. I'm not sure if they have selected a jury. So just so you know, maybe tomorrow, but definitely Wednesday. We'll be doing 2 trials a day. So it'll be probably in the morning doing the Florida, lunch break doing Florida, and then the evening there. No, probably not the evening. We're going to be playing catch up. So tomorrow morning I will do whatever I need to do, and then do the Tellers one live. That starts probably about 4 or 5 o'clock. So about 11, 12 o'clock Eastern, I imagine, all the way through, which probably keeps going to about 1 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock in the morning. So So yeah, I'll probably be streaming from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 1 o'clock in the morning on the daily for the next week and a half, 2 weeks probably. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll finish off with this Wade character, because I'll be pretty much a day then with him as well. Oh, yeah, and also this week at some point, Bev's letter's going to come out, so then there'll be streams on that. Well, I want to do the thing anyway, the phone calls, dumpster juice. So I'm going to play the sentence for my own benefit anyway. So but that's fine. Everyone can listen to it as they want. But I'm going to be playing it at some point anyway. The 27th is also, I believe, when the what's her name? Accused of killing her husband. Her pre-trial is on. The Corey Richards, the 26th, 27th, and 28th is a pre-trial. Standing ground, I think it is. Oh, not standing ground. There's something motion to dismiss, basically for 3 days. So yeah, so we'll go through it all. We'll go through it all as of tomorrow. Come and join me tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern. You'll understand everything. Don't worry, Dumpster. We'll fit it in. We'll fit it in. It's fine. We'll fit it in after Corey Richards or something. So I will love you or leave you. It's been just over 7.25 hour stream. So a little bit shorter than usual, but as I said, we're going to be having probably 12-hour days plus for the next 2 weeks. So I want to keep this one. And also I got to go to the gym tomorrow morning. I got my nieces tomorrow morning. So yeah. So it's been good. It's been fun. I did enjoy Dumpster Juice. Not taking the piss. I did enjoy it. So I'm not going to sleep quite yet. But Francesca, my darling, how are you? Hope you're well, Francesca. Yeah, it is my wind down now because I want to try and get to bed fairly early. Because when you got a 4-year-old, it ain't good. I did think it was going to be 12-hour stretch today, but I miscalculated the videos. I did. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. At 9, okay, fine. Oh, that works out good because Corey Richards starts at 10. So that's good. Right, everybody, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to leave you with the Speedo boys. Oh, happy birthday, Francesca. When's your birthday? Is it today? Francesca, when's your birthday? Because if it's today, I need to sing you happy birthday. If it's not, I'll do on the day. When's your birthday, Francesca? Yeah, thank you, Ruka. Lovely to see you, my darling. Much love to the girls as well, or to the ladies that they are now. 11 and 12. Really don't know what he's. Oh, hey, also, yeah, Glera's on. Oh, so okay, I'll sing you happy birthday. So Pemblwydd hapus i ti, Pemblwydd hapus i ti, Pemblwydd hapus Francesca, Pemblwydd hapus i ti. There you go, Francesca. Lots of love to you as well, Amy, my darling. Happy birthday. We made great time. We did. Stacy, my darling, no worries. So everybody, that's a comment my grandma always said. Happy belated love, happy birthday. So I will see you all. I will go through the trials tomorrow morning, 8:30, okay? So if you're not sure what the trials are, I'll go through them both tomorrow morning and we'll get it on. I'm gonna leave you with Dana and Dennis and Sarah P. Thank you, my darling. Right, here we go, people. This is Dana. Dana first and then Dana and Dennis. Say goodbye to you all. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana loves Speedo. He loves his Speedo. Dana's a Speedo man. Dana. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two Speedos Pro. See you in Boston, boys.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How you like that? Where's Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Lou Barber says, baby.
I